Perfect. What's up, chat? I hope you're good. Um, in case you didn't see and you can miss the title, you just like close your eyes. Um, you closed your eyes when you came into the stream, which I respect. There is a new video that is premiering right now, currently, right now, on my YouTube channel. Late foreign conflict and do math. You can go watch the premiere. You can watch the premiere and then come back to the stream afterwards. Either or. But the video is live. It is an hour long. It's been spoiled by the chapter markers. But I think it's super cool and super sick. Or you can wait until after the stream is over to like wait till after the stream is over to go and watch it. Break this commentary video in. We can watch it right now if y'all want to. We could do like a little watch along. We'll be like 5 minutes behind though. What do you think? But you have to promise you watch it yourself. Okay, is that fair? Okay. Here. Let's watch the video. First off, don't ask about my outfit. Bought it for the Streamer Awards, didn't end up going, and I'm not gonna let it go to waste. The real reason why Kamala Harris lost. OBS. A video essay by me, Shonda Black. That's me, and I'm beautiful. Can I take these glasses off? Have you asked for permission to react? That's fair. That is, I did not ask. Let me just ask for the permission to react. I'm taking these glasses off. Okay. It's not a question. I'm taking them off. All right. On November 5th, 2024, Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election and was named president-elect. This was to the dismay of most of the internet, as this was something almost... Also, I want to point out, we can't see the video. Oh, you guys can't see the video. Okay, wait, I have to run it back. Now, okay, now we're definitely behind. Hold on. Oh, display captures on the wrong thing. Oh, this is also wrong. Oh my goodness, I'm going crazy. Wait. Keep. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. Here we go. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? We're closing chat right now. First off, don't ask about my outfit. Bought it for the Streamer Awards, didn't end up going, and I'm not gonna let it go to waste. The real reason why Kamala Harris lost. Get those viewers up, chat. True. Put the volume by 1% or mute the tab. I don't know if that counts or not, but just do it. A video essay by me, Shonda Black. That's me, and I'm beautiful. Can I take these glasses off? I'm taking these glasses off. Okay. It's not a question. I'm taking them off. All right. On November 5th, 2024, Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election and was named president-elect. This was to the dismay of most of the internet, as this was something almost nobody could have foreseen. Who did Donald Trump have in his corner? Elon Musk. So next time, I'm going to... My auto-tune is still on. Next time, I'm going to put captions. Or, like, closed captioning. I can do it through YouTube, but that's my goal for next time. Because I think a problem that I have, I speak very fast, and because I speak very fast and I don't enunciate my words enough, because Premiere Pro has a very cool feature now where you can do auto captioning and download the file and upload it to YouTube directly. But the captions were wrong, and I didn't want to go through and like edit them manually. But next time I'll do it for the next video. Universally hated, foreseen. Who did Donald Trump have in his corner? Elon Musk, universally hated. JD Vance, universally hated. Dana White, Aiden Ross, and the Nelk Boys? It almost feels like a bad joke that he was able to pull off a win when the left had the backing of so many more popular figures. Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, Beyonce. Really busy, what's up? I see you in the YouTube chat. Is it good enough to make my father watch you appreciate Hassan in your commodification video? I would think so. I think this is longer than my commodification video. I would think so. I suggest a teaser or trailer for live stream next time, less a chance to lose visual viewers on YouTube. Try for backseating. Like, in what way? like before going live on YouTube. Taylor Swift, Obama, and numerous internet celebrities, actors, athletes, and prominent people. I mean, yeah, she didn't have much time to campaign, but according to reporters, pundits, news anchors, Democratic strategists, and societal sentiment, her campaign was flawless.
And I think it's important to say...
Sorry, my timer went off. I'll be right back. Instead of reacting to your own videos, so you can watch it with us later. Ugh. I'm probably wrong on this. No, you're not wrong. Generally, you don't want to like take views away from your own video, but as long as chat promises to watch it on their own later on, I think it's fine. I think it's show. Also, it's a good way to get people to go like the video right now. So I probably shouldn't watch it on YouTube, but you know what I mean? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Here's what I've heard you say on stream in the bits of the Tribute channel. I hope this blows up because the primary understanding for socialists is left to have the election. I hope so too. But here, well, I'll play it so you guys can watch it. Also, 20 people are watching right now, which is it's better than any of my other video premieres. I did one video premiere before and it had one viewer watching. So that was kind of funny. Give us mine and my father's view, don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate that. News anchors, Democratic strategists, and societal sentiment, her campaign was flawless.
And I think it's important to say that, you know, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run.
Also, if you couldn't tell, sorry, I have to cut this off. If you couldn't tell by opening up the video and watching the video, unless you have ad block on, I now have ads on YouTube, bro. I now have ads on YouTube. Finally. It took me so freaking long. I had 3.9K out of 4K of hours watched yesterday. And so it took me an extra day to finally hit ad monetization. So I'm now fully a YouTube partner with watch page ads, shorts feed ads, and all that.
Campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true.
It couldn't have been her. Let's take a look at the exit polls. Yes, that must be it. It must have been white men, white women, black men, Latino women, young voters, Muslim voters, Arab voters, leftists, progressives, non-educated voters, third-party voters, poor people, or any marginalized demographic that we can successfully blame. It couldn't have been her. This country is just too white supremacist and misogynistic for a black woman president. Or at least that's what we're being told, right? But I don't buy it. At least not fully. So let's talk, because the left lost on the 5th. And we also had the celebrity nominations and also lost. They don't matter. You can't tell out the MSNBC. What was that? Oh, that was a YouTube subscription notice. We need to have a conversation about why that loss actually happened and where do we go from here to build an effective left-wing coalition. Okay, but that was another YouTube subscription notice. Hold up. Are we popping off on YouTube, chat? Are we going crazy? Are we going brazy on YouTube? To combat the ever-increasing rise of fascism. Buckle up, because it's going to be a long one. So before we get into the results of the 2024 presidential election, we need to do a retrospective on the totality of the campaign and how we got here in the first place. The Harris campaign didn't start July of 2024. It didn't even start of March 2024 with the Did Beyonce also support Hillary? She might have. I don't keep up with Beyonce. I'm not a big Beyonce fan, honestly. But that's just a me thing. Primaries. It started way before then. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was inaugurated on January 20th, 2021, and even at this time, he was old. At 78 years and 61 days. Listen, I have my problem with Beyonce. I'm not like a staunch Beyonce hater. I do think there is some truth to the idea that Beyonce gets a lot of hate because she's a black woman, but billionaire, but she is still a billionaire. So I think that she should get hate because she's a billionaire. But I do think that people are more strict on black billionaires than they are on, you know, other billionaires, primarily because black billionaires are more visible because they're more likely to become a billionaire due to being an outward facing celebrity, right? You're less likely to see a black billionaire owning a tech company or a black billionaire coming from old money, right? The black billionaires you see usually are from like new money because they are an actor, athlete, celebrity, or some sort of highly visible career path, and they are very successful while doing that. And because they're more visible, they get more hate. And they say in a way that you don't see for like the Koch brothers, essentially, or from like even like Bill Gates, right? That's why that happened. How long is this video? Over an hour long. I think it's an hour and 6 minutes. Anyway, back to the video. Days on inauguration day, even at this time, he was old. Then this guy, he's super hot, just released a video on why Kamala Harris lost the election. You should totally watch it. I think his name is also Shine. Isn't that crazy? He's on YouTube or something. Yeah, that's what I heard. It's kind of wild. Got wild. Interesting. I should have probably asked for permission before reacting, but I think he'll be fine with it. If he's not, I don't know, I'll get canceled or something. I don't know, artists who do PR for Dubai. I agree. Be sure to give it a like. Oh, you're right. Boom. Like the video. You like the video too, chat. At 78 years and 61 days on inauguration day, he is the oldest person to ever hold this office. A reality that even he understood when he was running, as evidenced by his commitment to only be a one-term president. His age, his vocal flubs, and mental acuity were all things that were called into question during his presidency. People, even after electing him, were not keen on Biden running for re-election. But he wasn't Trump. He wasn't evil. He wasn't going to beat up protesters, escalate foreign conflict, and do mass dehumanization campaigns. He was just an old man who speaks funny sometimes, but at least he's not a fascist, right? Right? October 7th, 2023 was the beginning of the end of Biden's re-election campaign, and officially that campaign hadn't even started yet. Hamas's October 7th attack coming at the heels of 76 years of occupation threw a wrench into the plans of the Democratic establishment. The attack killed 1,200 Israelis with over 100 being taken hostage. What followed was Israel's disproportionately brutal military campaign that displaced almost 2 million people and, according to the Lancet report, resulted in death tolls reaching upwards of 186,000. Neither went unopposed internationally. Massive protests in support of Palestinians broke out in virtually every country from Japan.
My name is Haneen Siam, and I was born in Gaza in Al Ahli Hospital, the Baptist hospital. I moved to Japan when I was 7 years old, and I grew up here.
To Ireland. To Brazil. To, of course, the United States.
Get prepared for all of us to stay, because there's no way in hell that we're leaving.
There was also a movement both inside and outside of Israel for the release of the hostages by Hamas. So what does this mean in the context of the election? Well, as president of the United States, an ally of the self-described only democracy in the Middle East, Joe Biden needed to take a stand. The position he took would fundamentally shape how he was viewed by either contingent. Rather unsurprisingly, he chose to side with Israel, but the fervor for which he threw his support behind them was something I can only describe as fanatical. At every opportunity, as the death toll in Gaza grew and the bombing campaign continued, Biden's rhetoric was seemingly absent of the mention of the suffering of the Palestinian people. Every press conference and every statement reiterated support for Israel, not only in their campaign, but in the arms that we continue to give them. Now, I'm not going to act like America was some bastion of pro-Palestinian sentiment. Support for the hostages was bipartisan, and most politicians sought to not only continue weapons shipments, but increase them. But overnight, there was a growing movement, especially in the Democratic Party, to humanize the Palestinian people and push for a ceasefire in Gaza. This culminated when it was time for the Democratic primary in February of 2024, 6 months after this phase of the genocide began. At this time, the uncommitted movement began to grow as the Democratic nominee was being officially decided. The uncommitted movement is a grassroots movement to protest the Democratic primary and demonstrate to the party that there is a contingent of voters that are unhappy with Biden's funding and support of the genocide. There was no real contender for the primary since Biden was the incumbent, so his victory was ensured regardless, but this movement was a show of force for these Democratic voters. By the end of the primary season, the uncommitted, uninstructed, and no preference options garnered more than half. Israel has the right to defend itself line harder than I've ever heard them repeat any phrase in my life. Yeah, to be fair, they're still hitting that line. But like Biden went crazy mode on it. I believe October 7th will be remembered as a catalyst for radical politics worldwide for both the left and the right. It was a point of no return. Yeah, and then like it's just interesting the way you think about it, where it's interesting to think about it when you think about the fact that the Democrats are so either incomprehensibly bad at picking up the trends of the way the country is moving, or they actively want the country to move in a rightward, anti-radical establishment, or not anti-radical, but like radical in the other way, direction. I don't believe that like politicians who have been doing this for decades do not or cannot acknowledge the shifting tides of how people were feeling about Palestine, unless they were, against it, which feeds into the notion of like the Democrats don't actually care about making radical change. They care more about increasing their own pocketbooks, freaking more political power. I don't even freaking know what the Democrats want at this point. 500,000 votes nationally, getting between 4 to 30% of the vote shares in some states, with key battleground states like Michigan and North Carolina receiving 13%, Wisconsin uncommitted receiving 8%, and Pennsylvania, a state without an uncommitted option at all, still receiving 4% of write-ins for uncommitted. Remember this because we will come back to it later. But as Super Tuesday came and went, Biden was gonna be real. I don't even remember if I came back to it later. I say this a lot. I say, remember this because we'll come back to it later. I don't even know if it comes back up. So that's on me, I guess. And Democratic nominee for the 2024 election, with Donald Trump being named so for the Republicans. This ensured a repeat of the 2020 election, but this time with an aged Biden and convicted felon Trump, a matchup putting already jaded voters off of this election cycle even further. In South Carolina, only 4% of registered Democratic voters even showed up to the primary at all. But that's not to say people for this. I think it was automatic captions. Were fully disengaged. Abortion still remained top of mind for Democratic voters. If I have time, I'll add manual captions by using like the Premiere Pro feature, by like tweaking things across the country, and became a motivating beacon of Biden's campaign messaging. But this was fundamentally an uphill battle. Trump was leading Biden marginally in every poll for most key swing states. Campaigning off of his hush money trial was not electorally moving the needle in the way the Dems would have wanted or needed to win. Polling was showing that most people were unsatisfied with the state of the election, and it was not looking good for Democratic chances for victory.
They are discontented, they're on the way to being miserable, and you can see that in our poll. We asked, are you satisfied with the two major party candidates? 42% of those responding said they are satisfied, but 55% said they are unsatisfied. Now, if you take that data, look down a little bit more deeply, you see in general that Republicans are a little bit more satisfied than Democrats. But if you look at independents on the 70% of them are unsatisfied with both candidates on the ballot.
Young voters were especially disengaged, or worse, actively swayed against the Democratic Party for a number of reasons. According to the Harvard Youth Poll, Biden was down 11 points from how he was performed in 2020, citing broad support from a permanent ceasefire, economic concerns, and a decline in confidence of public institutions. Women, Black women specifically, the strongest base for the Dems, also dropped a few points from Biden's favorability. And worse yet, his age and campaign were bringing down the numbers for down ballot races in deep blue districts as well, especially after the debate.
Karen, a Democratic representative from Texas has now publicly called for President Joe Biden to step aside. Congressman Mike Quigley did not go that far, but after the president's debate performance, Quigley is concerned.
Yo, this was cooked. This was so bad. This was so bad. This will be remembered in history as like one of the worst periods of time for the Democratic Party, because it was so bad from the primary to the election season. It was a massive failure. A massive failure.
Quigley did not go that far, but after the president's debate performance, Quigley is concerned about the down ballot impact if Biden does stay in the race.
This was a horrible debate, and I think we need to be honest about that.
The 2024 presidential debate was the final nail in the coffin for Biden's re-election chances. While most of the country had reservations about running Biden, if you made an app or a plugin to get Twitch chat views on YouTube when watching a YouTube video on Twitch, you'd be the next Steve Jobs. If that wasn't clear. No, I get what you're saying. I don't know if it's possible. Primarily because I don't know how Twitch handles its views. But yeah. And again, you just gotta watch it on your own afterwards. Just open it up on your phone. Unless you're watching me on your phone. In which case, watch it afterwards or something. Is it worth trying to save America? Why not move to Europe? Sweden is awesome. A little racist, but better than us. Or better than the US. Well, my ancestors built this country, and so I'm very apprehensive to leave it, unfortunately. Open 100 virtual phones to begin watching right away. The Democratic Party was, I never said to do that, but staunch in their
About that.
The 2024 presidential debate was the final nail in the coffin for Biden's re-election chances. While most of the country had reservations about running Biden again, the Democratic Party was staunch in their support of Biden's run, not entertaining any talk of him stepping aside. Politicians, pundits, and political influencers were mobilized to assuage voters of their concerns over Biden until the debate.
Exactly. President Biden is our nominee. He's in this race to win it, and he's going to beat Donald Trump in November. Like, Joe Biden is the most accomplished president in modern American history. Expanding veterans' health care, investing in infrastructure, investing in fighting climate change, capping insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. Like, this is historic stuff. Really,
Wait.
things.
Biden was the first black woman on the Supreme Court? That's sick. I never knew that. Man, I always knew he was one of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
On the Supreme Court, insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. Like, this is
Why did he say
stuff.
it like that? Why didn't he say he appointed the first black woman on the Supreme Court? Why did he just say the first? He's not the first black woman on the. Okay, sorry. This kid is so annoying.
Really significant things. And that progress should be rewarded. We shouldn't tell progress to step aside. So let's give Biden 4 more years so we can continue to build on that work. Listen, if you're talking more about President Biden's age than you are about Project 2025 or Donald Trump being a convicted felon, or the fact that Donald Trump hasn't put out any policy to address the major issues facing the country, then we have a problem. I think those things are more important and more significant than a fake, made-up story about President Biden's age.
Should Joe Biden step aside as a nominee? Well, you're going to hear a lot of opinions about this, but mine is the only one that is correct. Kidding. You're going to hear this phrase. The phrase is, we shouldn't let a 90-minute debate performance negate 3.5 years of legislative success. I'm going to go a step further than that. We should not let a 90-minute debate performance negate 3.5 years of electoral success.
When I watch clips like this, I'm glad Stuck is getting banned. Right? I'm like, I won't see any more clown girls. Sad. These people no longer have a job. Very, very happy. You know what I mean? Very, very happy. You can only end the call in this video. What are you, a little drama farmer? TripAdvisor is just a little drama farmer. Trying to see if I like. He's like, just let me know so I can clip it out. Let me look like I can clip it, put it on Twitter. No, there's not a direct let me call out in this video. I mentioned like the general situation, but I'm not here to like start drama or like, stoke any flames of things that are in the past. I'm better than that. I told him to watch the video. I mean, there's a mention in there, so if you want to go find that mention, I say go for it. You can post it on Twitter and tag me. Or she's not on Twitter anymore, so like, good luck. Good luck. But no, I want this video to be more generally about the Democrats and the election, but still, oh wait, I don't know. I'm blocked, so I have no clue. Maybe she's back. Who knows? But I want the videos to be like more about the election directly and less, about like the intricacies of like interpersonal relationships or whatever.
We just shouldn't. That's just my opinion. The correct opinion. That's the correct opinion to have.
It's difficult to explain how demoralizing this debate performance was in retrospect. People were already checked out from politics, but this was one opportunity for Joe Biden to demonstrate that he had what it took to make it another 4 years as president. And unfortunately for all of us, his showing was less than lackluster. Here are just a few highlights from the debate.
Make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicaid, beat it to death.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
The crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for?
That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll take that. I edited it all myself.
For doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star. Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one. Just one. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
I don't know golf terms.
But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America.
Everyone from careerist Dems to radical communists were at their wits' end with Biden after that performance. The entire campaign was thrown into question as we grapple with the fact that the performance, in conjunction with already diminished poll numbers, could very well lead to another Trump presidency. Most of us didn't even think he was going to make it to election day, let alone last another 4 years. So what were our options? Well, the more radical sect of the party, that'd be us, we're calling for him to step aside, forego the re-election bid, and allow someone else a chance to run. Progressives have, of course, been saying this for 2 years at this point, but regardless, now we're desperate, right? I love the freaking LA traffic that's zooming by. Shout out to Los Angeles. Stop! Bro. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but it's freaking annoying me. The establishment Dems were holding onto Biden's courts for dear life, but when donors start to pull out of the campaign, threatening to withhold funds if Biden was still the candidate, then things became serious. It's important to note that for a few months leading up to the debate, there was already a grassroots campaign to get Biden to step aside from the pro-Palestinian movement. Disgusted by his, again, fanatical support of the genocide and brutalization of college campus protesters, many called for him to end his re-election bid, only to be met with the same vitriol from the same people that immediately jumped on the train when it was convenient for them. So, while it's important to note that he didn't drop out specifically because the progressive movement was pushing for that outcome, that movement was the first in the chorus of voices calling for him to do so. Remember this because this will become a running theme. But the end effect was the same. Biden ended his bid for re-election on July 21st, 2024, even though days before he claimed that only God Almighty could make him drop out. So praise the Lord for that one. But this led to a problem. If Biden wasn't going to be the nominee, then who was?
I use the same lighting as I do for my streams.
The unity that we saw.
And I'm so on the fence with Biden. I feel like none of this would have happened otherwise. Like this, someone started a revolution. No, I think Biden should have still dropped out. Like he very clearly contributed to this in the first place. And I think problem is the root of no, I'll just play the video. The Democratic Party to remove Biden from the ticket. I talk about all this immediately disregarded as everyone felt like they had the answer for who should head the campaign. Even establishment Dems were split on holding an open primary or just passing the buck to Kamala Harris, vice president at the time. There were pros and cons to both. Kamala would be the only candidate able to inherit the $95 million that Biden had in the war chest, alongside the infrastructure and name recognition that came with being the current vice president. The cons start with her being the current vice president of the Biden administration. 6 handicap is top 25% of male golfers, by the way. Well, you know, he's up there, top 25%. That's that's pretty up there. Came with being the current vice president. The cons start with her being the current vice president of the Biden administration. So while she would be able to campaign off of the wins of the admin, she would also have to answer for its sins. But polling shows she led in popularity in comparison to most of the other names on the shortlist, tying Biden in favorability with the Democrats, leading him 3 to 4 points with Republicans and Independents, and 3 points overall as well. Of course, the fact that some polling also had Michelle Obama leading not only her, but being the only option on the Democratic side to defeat Trump is a sort of dramatic irony that we can only have in hindsight. But when Biden made the decision to drop— I'm saying it. I didn't say in the video, I said, now Michelle Obama should have run. Michelle Obama should have run and Michelle Obama could have won. Nobody wants to say it. He even further complicated, or uncomplicated depending on who you are, the nomination process by endorsing Kamala Harris to take up the mantle. This emboldened other sectors of the Democratic Party to also fully endorse the vice president for the nomination. The Black Caucus, key donors, the founder of LinkedIn, and Bill and Hillary Clinton threw their support behind Kamala almost immediately. However, key Democratic leaders either alluded to supporting an open nomination process at the DNC or were strangely silent. These voices, or lack thereof, were Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Barack Obama, Peter Welch, and of course, Nancy Pelosi. But with the DNC and open nomination process being a month away, that would be a month of key time that whoever ended up being the candidate would lose in campaigning time. So, on July 22nd, Nancy Pelosi and the chorus of other voices, establishment and progressive alike, endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. She would then need the support of 1,976 delegates to make it real, votes that she would receive on the next day. This officially made her the presumptive Democratic nominee. Officially, roll call would be held at the DNC, but this would allow the party a chance to refocus on a united candidate and build a new movement separate from the repulsive Biden campaign. That was Michelle running in 2028? No. Michelle's not getting into national politics. At least. It's separate from the repulsive Biden campaign. That was the idea, at least. But regardless of everything, people felt relief. More than relief, people had hope. And more than hope, people had joy. Get out the way. Get out the way. No copyright. You either with me or against me. You either with me or against me. Win. Win, 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 win. Win, 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 win. Win, 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 win. Get it? Because like her whole campaign slogan thing was joy. Yeah, I'm kind of a genius. Yeah, J-Rock took me down. This is not the original video. I uploaded the original video and J-Rock was like, you can't have that. It was immediately ineligible for like even being like monetized at all. I was just like, okay. I was like, maybe we could do rev share, and they were just like, no. I'm like, okay, sure. So I had to make do with what I had. You know what I mean? W cover, thank you. This main slogan thing was joy. Yeah, I'm kind of a genius. Much like Joe Biden's campaign, Kamala's campaign didn't start when she became the nominee. It began long before that. On January 21st, 2019, California Senator Kamala Harris began her bid for the Democratic presidential nomination for the 2020 general election. Now, I won't spend too much time on this campaign because she got absolutely dog-walked and dropped out before 2020 even started, but it's important to contextualize how people felt about Harris when she became the nominee. When I say people felt joyful, I genuinely believe that there was a period of hope because of many of the policies she pushed for on her run for presidency in 2019. She supported Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All legislation, co-sponsored the Green New Deal, supported Bernie's College for All Act, opposed building a border wall, vocally supported trans people, proposed a $3,000 tax credit for people making less than $50,000 a year, opposed Trump-era China tariffs, among other things as well.
So while she didn't last very long in the 2020 primary, progressives already at their wits' end with Biden, for the aforementioned reasons, were cautiously optimistic about Harris being marginally better for them than Biden was. And of course, establishment Dems were already all in. So back in August of 2024, the excitement in all sectors increased for Kamala Harris in comparison to Joe Biden. For the first time in this presidential campaign, the Democrats were polling ahead of Donald Trump nationally, something that never even happened when Joe Biden was heading the ticket.
Also tonight, a new CBS poll shows Harris has something President Biden never enjoyed this year: a slight edge, up 1% over Donald Trump nationwide. And across battleground states, the two candidates are neck and neck.
But it was still close. Too close to call. There needed to be substantial movement in order for the Democrats to have a chance in November, and that required a choice. If Kamala was going to head the ticket, then who would be her VP? There were many schools of thought on this. Many strategists claimed that pulling in the moderate vote would make or break the election, and for that reason, a choice like Josh Shapiro would be necessary. Many others wanted Kamala to lean into the progressive base already established and fortify it. Picking somebody like Tim Walz with decent populist accolades would bring them back. But again, as with every choice in this story, each had its own pros and cons. The Shapiro method sounded good on paper: appeal to moderates, turn anti-Trump Republicans, and run on unity in America to capture independent voters. But Shapiro, similar to Biden, had his own little stank on him.
There was a apparently Republican staffer that he hired that had a sexual assault sexual harassment case against one of the other staffers, and Josh Shapiro tried to fucking bury it. So that's number one. Number two, here's a story about Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro. I
was cautiously optimistic to the Walz choice, and then DNC happened. I lost all hope, and I was anti-Kamala then on out. That's basically what I talk about here, essentially. What's up, Silent? Also, the murder cover-up. Yeah, I talk about that as well. This video contains elements of discussion concerning points made by FD in his election video. Not necessarily explicit, of course, but I imagine you watched it in prep for your video. It's part of the discussion, yes. It's not specifically like, like debunking his points. I think his video was good. I think his video has good points in it, and it is part of the conversation. It's more of a wider contextualization of that argument about Kamala being a black woman and the role that played in her loss, and where I view that fit in her in the reasons why she lost in the first place, right? Because I do think that it does play a point. There is truth to the fact that there are people who didn't vote for her because she's a black woman. There's truth to the fact that America is a white supremacist nation, but I reject the overarching premise that, like, therefore, there was nothing she could have done better to run a better campaign. And I talk about it in this video. I say, I don't believe this campaign was unwinnable. You know what I mean? Saber Wolf, thank you. Thank you very much for the 18-month free subscription. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you saying that I inspire you. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. The beeps? Yeah, it's freaking... I don't even know what they beeping for, but they... I don't freaking know, bro. It's Los Angeles. It sucks. Look, it's just this traffic noise like everywhere. Unless you live literally in like a freaking mega trillion-dollar mansion or whatever, you get traffic noise. Just like literally everywhere. It's just I'm like right next to a street because LA is all streets, and this is all you get. You get just please stop. What is it even beeping for? I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, bro. It just ended. It heard me coming. It was like, I'm gonna stop. He got scared. They're like, oh no, a black man's coming.
Handle number two, staffers, their
voters. Shapiro, similar to Biden, had his own little stank on him.
There was a apparently Republican staffer that he hired that had a sexual assault sexual harassment case against one of the other staffers, and Josh Shapiro tried to fucking bury it. So that's number one. Number two, here's a story about Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro handled this case in a really fucking weird way. All right. There was a massive murder situation, and Josh Shapiro covered it and basically treated it like a suicide. Turns out the suspect's family is close to Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro challenges democratic practices. He doesn't believe in free speech. He's
the same, by the way. At one point, he turns over his fiance because 911 operator on the phone told him to, and he's like, "Oh, God, she stabbed herself." Upon seeing the knives in her abdomen, why would that be his first thought? Who knows? You know, you never know. Maybe she did stab herself in the abdomen and in the back of the head and in the front of the head. You know, that's just it. Could, you know, the knife just fell on her like 17 times. It happens sometimes. You know what I mean? It's insane, bro. It's insane he was able to get away with that.
Warned.
Because if you know the freaking, what was he at the time? He was an attorney general. If you know somebody in you know, state level government, you know, you're chilling.
You know, state employees here in Pennsylvania about having free speech.
Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro
he was a district attorney. Okay, if you're a district attorney, you're just chilling.
Democratic practices. He doesn't believe in free speech. He's warned, you know, state employees here in Pennsylvania about how they respond to what was the genocide in Gaza, questioning their behavior, policing their behavior. He very clearly supports Zionism. Political Zionism. He very clearly supports the genocidal war in Gaza. He's been actively and vocally supportive of Israel's war on Gaza since October 7th and prior. We could also get into school vouchers. We could get into climate justice. In every conceivable way, Josh Shapiro is not
really
a progressive
bad
candidate.
He's really
His vocal
bad.
support of Israel lost up a lot of favor with the youth and pro-Palestinian wings, a major base that were now re-engaging now that Joe Biden had dropped out. Of course, the favor he lost with progressives for his stance on private schools, concerns of staffer sexual harassment, and murder cover-ups surrounding him with scandals that the newly established Harris campaign didn't need. But polling did demonstrate his relative popularity. He did have a name, mostly in the Northeast, and that was both a positive and negative in some aspects. Tim Walz was a completely unknown entity nationally before his name entered contention for Harris's VP. Governor of Minnesota, a former teacher, Army vet, and among the more progressive choices that the campaign could have made for VP. As governor, he made school meals free, set goals to cut greenhouse gases, expanded paid leave, and protected collective bargaining and overtime. Again, on paper, sounds good. But as with all things, it's double-edged. Many worried that this would not be substantial in moving moderates and independents to the Democratic Party. The lost Haley constituency, if you will. It may not be the securing swing state pick that many would hope would come from picking Shapiro. As you may know if you're watching this, Harris picked Tim Walz to be her running mate in 2024. Would this appeal be enough to turn out progressives? Many said that this pick would be a shift away from the center and that will cost him the election. Will that cost him the election? Well, all reporting polling says no.
With this pick, the why and what it means.
Well, the why is going to be comfort level. The why is going to be that Harris believes this is a good governing partner. And the interesting conversation is going to be, again, if you look in the rearview mirror, history tells us you can't find a lot of data that says vice presidential picks are decisive when it comes to the election. So what is Vice President Harris looking to do here? Number one, a governing partner. Number two, a progressive Democrat. What is the Trump campaign saying? That she's, quote unquote, dangerously liberal. What will Governor Walz say? You mean a liberal who has his state guarantee abortion rights for women, a liberal who has his state feed young poor children who aren't getting meals, to make the argument that progressive government works at a time when a lot of people are disillusioned in their government.
Turns out that Kamala's lead held fast after this VP pick, with Tim Walz himself taking his soiree into national politics in stride. Coming out the gates swinging, making headlines calling JD Vance and Trump weird, while not the most consequential thing, it could potentially reflect some of Trump's calling cards, personal attacks removed from policy discussions, against him. From August 7th to August 19th, the campaign experienced monumental strides in growth. After dropping Joe Biden and selecting Tim Walz, the key demographics we saw shifting away from the Democratic Party earlier began returning in stride. Support among Black voters were up 12%, independents up 9%, Hispanic voters up 6%, women up 7%, and young voters up 17% in comparison to when Joe Biden was running. The shift was clear. The base was disengaged when Joe Biden was running.
Which is why this is the part that kind of crazy to me, because I don't understand how people can literally, people after she lost came out here and were saying she lost because she moved like too far to the left and she was too woke or whatever, even though she was moving to the right in every conceivable metric. And when she did make one choice that hinted at her moving more to the left, everybody came back. Everybody came back. You feel me? Like everybody. So what are we talking about here? 6%, women up 7%, and young voters up 17% in comparison to when Joe Biden was running. The shift was clear. The base was disengaged when Joe Biden was running and craved for somebody who could actually fix the issues that they were experiencing. The people have spoken, and they are saying that they did not resonate with the campaign that Joe Biden was running. Harris was on track to win this, and all she had to do was keep this momentum going. Candidate satisfaction is up 15% nationally, 17% for the Democrats when polled when compared to when Joe Biden was running. We are so back. 3 months left, distance from Biden, and reinvigorate your base, and we could potentially see vote turnout numbers like we saw in 2020. That was a dream, at least. Then the DNC happened. The Democratic National Convention occurred from August 19 to the 22nd, 2024. This is the place where policy is solidified and messaging is broadcast to a national audience. This time frame, barring the election week itself, is when most people who are going to be politically active are tuning in to see what the candidate. Because exit polls said like 67% she's too liberal, which is the dumb metric that means nothing, but liberals and conservatives act like it meant something. If it cites the data of their dumb or bad faith, because yeah, like if it even said 60 or 70% she's too liberal, right? We understand that like 50% of the country voted for Trump in the first place, so of course they're going to say she's too liberal. And that would only mean that like only 10% of Democrats think that she's too liberal. And we're talking about people who went out to vote in the first place. Her issue was not people who went out to vote and, engage in exit polling. Her issue were people who didn't vote at all. You know what I mean? The issue were people who stayed at home, which I'll talk about in this as well. That's our saying. With the circus that is the RNC happening a month prior, I personally was very interested to see what Kamala had to say about her policies and what plans she had to distance herself from Biden. I won't litigate the entire 4-day convention, but here are just a few highlights.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Five, get loud, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what?
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on. And
I just want to point out, to find this video clip, I typed in Obama dick joke. Because I knew Obama made a dick joke, but I could not remember what the dick joke was. And so I just had to type in Obama dick joke. And I found it. So like, it worked at least.
Good evening, everybody!
I'm just now realizing that I put all black people for the DNC speeches. No, I didn't actually. There's one white person here.
Who says you can't go home again?
And now we're going to hear from the former Republican Congressman
Uh-huh.
Adam Kinzinger.
How about Adam
representing
Kinzinger? I cut him off though.
Illinois. You might remember in the wake of the 2020 election, Kinzinger became known for his criticism of Trump's attempts to overturn the election.
He looks terrified. It's fine. It's just like we're getting booted. We're getting booted from this space. We're fine. We're fine for now. In this, we're not fine for now. We're like literally like we're permanently done here.
We're going to see your new video? Yeah.
They're kicking us
I'll
out.
give you all this behind the scenes commentary.
I mean, they didn't even take our credentials away.
This was actually one of my favorite moments when I was editing this. Him just being like, unlucky. Like, you know exactly why he's getting kicked out. What do you mean unlucky? Unlucky. We're still here though, so like sucks to suck, I guess.
We're like literally like we're permanently done here. They're kicking us out.
Unlucky.
I mean, they didn't even take our credentials away. We still have access to this floor. No worries. Someone is definitely watching the stream because I literally said, oh, they didn't even take our credentials away. And then just showed up.
Hello from a proud Texas Democrat. This November, I'll cast my first vote in a presidential election ever. The fact is, our right to vote is under attack. I've seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are
How did I miss
making
this?
it
You missed
harder.
Austin in the background? That's the best part of this clip. That's the best part. I love it so much. It's so funny. That's why I put this clip in here.
To vote, but we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedom.
But the only thing that matters besides all the theatrics is policy.
I love it so much, bro. I love it so much. This is my favorite. It's my favorite DNC clip. Okay, one more time.
Oh, from a proud Texas Democrat. This November, I'll cast my first vote in a presidential election ever. The fact is, our right to vote is under attack. I've seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote. But we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedoms.
But the only thing that matters besides all the theatrics is policy. What did Kamala Harris talk about at the DNC during her acceptance speech? Well, the first 5 minutes were about her upbringing.
At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
8 minutes in, she's getting into why she's a prosecutor.
This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety,
Bishop Combo
to
goes hard.
dignity,
Thank you.
and to justice.
And finally, 10 minutes in, she accepts the nomination.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only
Gonna rewatch
be
all of
written
that? Don't
in
even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started. Yes, I had to rewatch the entire speech. Thankfully, I made good enough notes in my script that I didn't have to rewatch it when I was getting clips for it. Right, but writing the script, I had to watch the entire thing. This is the reason why it took so long to come out.
the greatest nation on earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
You know what, for this part, I'm gonna put my glasses back on. Where's the glasses at? Oh, I put them over here. That's right. The glasses are coming back. Yeah. Policy talk, baby. So now she talks about policy, right?
A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense.
Not policy.
Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump
I guess, closer to 2 years than it is from 1 year. Tuesday Friday, thank you for the 19-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Here, I'll run back so you guys can listen to all of her glory.
Most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious.
Also, I want to point out, while she's yapping, like my tweet about my video coming out, please. Thank you.
Man.
15 minutes in, and we're talking about Trump. Fair, not policy.
But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back.
Sloganeering, but not policy. I won't bore you by going point by point. Let's just list everything, even potentially vaguely a policy here.
That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders, and protect Social Security and Medicare. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
And I want to point out that the only thing that I would really say that is a policy here is the tax cut. The rest of these are not policies. They're not. I maybe provide small business capital is a policy, but like protect Social Security is not a policy. Are you going to increase Social Security funding? Are you going to expand Medicare? Like what does that mean? Not a policy, right? Create an opportunity economy is not a policy, right? Unite labor and business owners is not a policy. But I was throwing her a bone here. Jeez Louise.
With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
That's also a policy. This is actually the first real policy past the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. That is a concrete policy that has, very attainable goals. That is a promise, a campaign promise. The rest of this is just vague generalities, right? Oh, give people health care, that type beat.
The Freedom to Vote Act.
Okay, 27 minutes in, and we finally have something on the board. Time to take it home. What policies will you use to invigorate us, the Dems, your base?
And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign.
Ooh, the border, yes, notable left-wing policy position, border stuff. Only up from here?
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Ah, yes, war hawking. Also not a left-wing policy position marker. Only up from here? All right, she got one for all you NATO lovers out there. I know y'all love NATO.
And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Okay, speech is almost over. Last thing, and it's about Gaza. Kamala was the first person in the Biden administration to utter the word ceasefire, even if it was immediately followed by for the next 6 weeks.
And given the immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire. For at least the next 6 weeks.
And pressure from the base and negative press from aiding and abetting the genocide was partially responsible for Biden's downfall. All she has to do is meaningfully separate herself from Biden's fanaticism. Put pressure on Israel, the main party showing that they are unable to engage in good faith, or something to demonstrate that she hears people concerned over Gaza. I'll play this section in full.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. To defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
A little editor's note here. I also want to point out that the DNC itself was mired in controversy with people feeling it was more about the appearance of joy instead of actually addressing the concern of voters. The uncommitted movement was being denied a seeking slot, while Republicans were a slap in the face to progressives, young voters, and pro-Palestinian supporters. I gotta change this. Got started. Well, it's safe to say that this speech didn't inspire confidence in the pro-Palestinian end of the base, but maybe moderates liked it. Well, polling showed that her numbers remained unchanged after the DNC. Her 4-point lead held strong, but contextualized by Biden in 2020, who held a solid 10-point lead to Trump, this race wasn't extraordinarily favorable for the Dems. Sure, there was no convention balance, but that's not entirely untenable. However, just because polling didn't move didn't mean other numbers followed suit. The Harris campaign raised $316 million in August, $130 million more than Trump raised in the same period. This comes as Harris began her battleground state tour early September. Here we finally see policy differentiation from Biden and a policy page of her own. Honestly, CNN said it best with this quote. Harris's political momentum and her chances in November hinge partly on her success in painting herself as a fresh option for voters and dispelling any notion that she's pitching for the second term of the unpopular President Joe Biden. And she started to do that, but not in a way that many expected. Her first policy difference was, and I have to verify this because I could not believe it, proposing a more regressive capital gains tax plan than Joe Biden, capping the capital gains tax at 28% for individuals making $1 million or more, as opposed to Biden capping it at 39.6%. So she's casting a wider net and distancing herself from Biden by appealing to the 1%. I don't know how this meshes with the whole opportunity economy and expand the middle class rhetoric, but maybe it's a sign for more differences to come. So spoiler alert, it definitely was not. Biden joined her on the campaign trail, and they have been tied to the hip, metaphorically, politically speaking. Her website was literally copy and pasted from Biden's campaign website. I get not trying to invent the wheel, but come on, lady, you gotta do something. Polling showed that people are craving a change from Biden in what he had to offer, not just him in a different shade. The debate between Harris and Trump also happened in this time, but nobody really cared about it besides some clippable moments.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
He said have fun.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she has a plan.
Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black.
I mean, honestly, I think it's
I mean, who among us has been not black and then became black? Think about that.
tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
You talk about extreme.
So I'll just I want to point out, this was her only response to those very blatant lies that Trump was saying. She laughed it off, talk about extreme, and not like capitalizing on him just being extraordinarily racist and there being no evidence of that being the case. And the moderators pushed back on it more than she did. You know what I mean? Like that I'm just like, come on, bro. Come on.
That live there.
You talk about extreme.
So I'll just skip to telling you how much it didn't matter. Spoiler alert, it didn't matter. I love how much this video is me telling you a thing that happened and then subsequently telling you how much it just did not move the needle. Yeah, the polls moved 1% in Kamala's direction. Better than losing ground like we saw with the first Biden debate, but it's still behind what is needed to feel comfortable for the Dems. There were a few interesting things with a few polls that indicated something hopeful for the Dems. ABC News Ipsos polling had Trump leading 7 points for the economy and inflation. Not unexpected, but also not great considering Harris's focus on economic issues. Speaking of things that weren't really her focus, she was up 14 points for abortion, which not surprising at all, but 16 points for race relations, a topic that her campaign has been actively avoiding like the plague. Either way, polling at the end of September had them in a deadlock. Still, if there was going to be mass movement towards Kamala Harris, something dramatic has to happen. And happen it did.
At a rally in Pennsylvania, former President Trump recently told women, "You will be protected and I will be your protector." What do you make of that?
So he who, when he was president...
On October 6, 2024, Alex Cooper of the 17th most listened to podcast in America, Call Her Daddy, sat down with Kamala Harris, mirroring Trump's attempts to appeal to a base of younger followers by appearing with the Nuck Boys and on Aiden Ross's broadcast. However, unlike Trump, instead of being met with sweeping sycophantic praise, Kamala in this podcast episode were mired with hate. Currently, a snippet of the episode is sitting at 19,000 likes to 116,000 dislikes. For context, the Nuck Boys video with Trump has over 200 million, right? No. The set was 100K. They spent 100K to recreate the set. They paid, I'll let the video play actually. No spoilers for the video. I was just telling people that the crass racist jokes, back campaign, and the bad debate mean nothing. IRL and online people told me that I was wrong, that she would win, and Trump voters have no shame. Trump voters have no shame, yeah. Like 100,000 likes, only 12,000 dislikes. But likes don't matter. Likes don't vote. The point is to appeal to and fortify a base that the Dems actually have, and that's a choice that I actually agree with. The reaction to this definitely brings the misogyny that people were speaking to into full light. As Philly D said, many fans of the show felt as though this was a betrayal from Alex to delve into politics. But there was a contingent of conservative men, the same people who called into question Kamala's identity, who had innumerable reasons to hate this. Some of their arguments fell flat once you realize that they are the same people who were applauding Trump for his visibility and rejection of traditional media. Regardless, with the Call Her Daddy demographic being primarily young women, maybe despite the public outcry, this would move the needle in some respects. After setting her sights on young women on the podcast circuit, she moved on to a base that is arguably more important and integral for this election: middle-aged women. The View talk show would give Kamala the opportunity to speak to Americans and was the first live interview / talk show appearance since becoming the nominee, which, to remind you, was over a month ago. October 8th puts us less than a month out from the election day, but if she could speak to Americans' needs, she could move the needle. All she has to do is distance herself from Biden, the failed 80-year-old candidate nobody liked that was forced to drop out 4 months before the election by his own party, and communicate policy to reinvigorate the people who showed up for Biden in 2020. There's literally one thing she can't say, and it's almost impossible to mess this up, right? Right? Please tell me I'm right. Please, I can't keep doing this bit again.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Okay, so here in my script, I just kept repeating not a thing because I just could not believe that there was not a single thing that she could come to her mind in this instance. It doesn't make any sense. Not a thing, not a single thing you would do differently than the man who was literally forced out by his own party. I get not wanting to throw your own boss under the bus, especially when you worked for him for 4 years, but like he was like unpopular. Like he was so unpopular. Like he was forced out because he had no chance of winning. Why not separate yourself like at all? Why tie yourself to a sinking ship made of paper mache that is also on fire? To break the timeline here a bit, this is the moment that cemented her loss in my mind. I think there was a number of different factors, but this lost her not only her base, not only the progressive base, but the base that she was also trying to court as well. If you wanted to win independents and former Trump Republicans, no amount of campaigning with Liz Cheney would win them over if you promised the exact same policies that they already hated when Biden did them. Now, we'll get back to Liz Cheney in a second, but the collective groan that America did when she said that was audible. There's a Variety column that speaks to this that makes a good point. This defining campaign moment illustrated not only the primary issue with the Harris campaign, but with Harris herself. Her unwillingness to take a risk, except when it came to her choice of campaign mates, I guess. October started with Liz Cheney joining the vice president in the birthplace of the Republican Party, and it ended the exact same way.
So the vice president is campaigning today in the birthplace of the Republican Party.
And a familiar face from across the aisle is going to be alongside her. Former Congresswoman and longtime Republican Liz Cheney is going to be joining Kamala Harris on the stage.
I still don't get
Wisconsin
this.
Later today. You may recall Cheney, as well as her father, the former Republican vice president, both endorsed Harris last month.
Liz Cheney, for those of you who are 12, is the daughter of a former vice president and the orchestrator of the Iraq War, Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney and his progeny are what we in the business like to call evil. When most people think of politicians, this is who they think of. A lying old white man that put the lives of other Americans at risk for their own political ends. And his daughter, who inherited his lack of soul and continued his legacy as a Republican in her own right. Liz Cheney has previously spoken out against things such as abortion, in support of the border wall, and despite how much she tries to posture as an anti-Trump Republican, supports pretty much all Republican policies. You know, the things that we as Democrats are supposed to be against. So again, color me surprised when she was invited to campaign with the Democratic nominee multiple times. The plan here was to bring in the reasonable Republican constituency, building a coalition of not red, not blue, but Americans to stand against the tyranny of a Trump presidency. The problem therein lies that it's kind of difficult to run on the Republicans are evil and weird narratives alongside promising to have a Republican in your cabinet. Why would someone vote for a Democrat if they wanted a Republican? Pretty much. Well, have you considered, Sean, that like, I just really love the Republicans. They're super sick and cool. So, yeah, super sick and cool. The only thing that the Democrats offer is not material reform. It's not substantive change. It's the fact that you are not the Republicans. So why campaign with the Republicans? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. And I especially don't understand doing it 2 weeks out from the election. But that's all she wrote. There's no more time. She gave her closing speech on October 29th, a week after campaigning with Liz Cheney in Wisconsin for a second time, and left the rest up to the hands of fate. And whew, those hands were not kind to her. So the timeline is over, and as you know if you're watching this, Kamala Harris lost to Trump on November 5th, 2024. What? I had no idea. Man, that's a big surprise for me watching this video, even though I kind of spoil it in the title. The title says the real reason Kamala Harris lost the election. So, does Carla know? Oh, nobody tell Carla. Let her imagine. The election 2024, as some would say. November 5th, 2024. The election 2024, as some would say. The battle for access, as some would say. She not only lost, but contrary to even what polling predicted, she got absolutely blown out of the water by Trump. That was one for you guys, chat.
That was a little Easter egg for my Twitch chat. It's a bad joke. I hate you. The guy with no one in his corner. Trump, the felon. The loser of the 2020 election. Trump. I remember watching this on election day with my coworkers and them being surprised. There was tears, there was a collective sadness, but what surprised me is that there was surprise. If you're familiar with my commentary, you would know that I've been saying for months that Kamala would lose. I took it as far as doing an 8-hour Jubilee shoot when given the opportunity to express what I knew would be reality. That shoot was entirely too long, bro. Entirely too long.
And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her?
To be honest, I sat there and I freaking just dying inside. That's it. I was dying inside.
In November, if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians, I will have no choice but to move forward with my decision.
That handsome guy. He's beautiful. And he's also objectively correct. Okay, a side note, this also isn't even the script. I was literally in a room with like 30 people who could not 30 people, like, I was about 28 people, 28 Democrats who like legitimately thought that Kamala had this in the bag. Like, thought it wouldn't even be close. And there was like 2 to 3 people who were like, I don't know if that's the case. You feel me? So like, I knew that people were going to be upset. Sorry, that's not relevant to the discussion. Anyway, back to the script. Back. Kamala would lose the election if she continued to placate to the right, pander to Republicans, and most importantly to me, continue the genocide in Gaza. I think people are very emotional about this loss, rightfully so in some cases. I got into it on Twitter with some of the people, so trust me, I know. People have been and will continue to be affected by a Trump presidency, and I acknowledge that pain and fear. But when we're talking about the real reason why she lost, it's important to be honest so that we as the left can move accordingly when it comes to next general election cycle. And more importantly, when the primary season begins. So there are a few reasons why people have been floating around for this loss, and I have a list and I've ordered them from 5 to 1 based upon how much I think the loss can be attributed to that specific factor. Number 5, or like the least, if you will. Celebrityism and Harry Sisson. Now, I don't believe Harry Sisson specifically cost Kamala the election, but I do believe her campaign rally with the white guy, having Olivia speak at the DNC, among a whole bunch of other things, contributed to and demonstrated some of the underlying reasons behind the loss. For the uninitiated, Harry Sisson is a liberal TikToker who has been riding the Dems like a cowboy since 2020. You might have seen him online or on some podcast or something because he was promoted heavy this election season, along with some contemporaries. But how did this cause the loss? Well, it didn't. I just really hate these liberal TikTokers, bro. I literally put this in the section just so I can rant about them. Why are they getting invited back to the White House for Christmas after just losing an election? Bro, we are the party of losers. They're like, well, we tried our best, you know? We did our best, and that's all you can hope for. No, I can hope for a win. I want a victory, dog. You can't simultaneously sit there and be like, a Trump presidency is gonna do this and that and this and that. It's gonna kill all black people and marginalized people. And Jalen, who do you think Harry and his Olivia's audience are? I feel like it has to be old libs, not young people. It is old libs. No, it is old 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old resistance libs who are like, who say Orange Man bad, but unironically, you know? That's who the audience is. That's who they appeal to. They want people to be like, oh, well, Olivia, you're so young, but you're so smart. Oh, Harry, I love that Gen Z is politically active right now, or whatever. That's what it is. Until they're actually like leftist, and then they scream slurs at them or something. You know what I mean? A Trump presidency is going to do this and that and this and that. It's going to kill all black people and marginalized people and eviscerate and throw all, insert marginalized group into a wood chipper or whatever. And then when the laws actually happen, be like, well,
we did all we could do, you know? I knocked on doors for her. Like, maybe, and I'll say exactly what I said to this person on Twitter, and I won't say their name because people got mad at me when I did that last time. Maybe, if you were with us, by us, I mean the progressive movement, I mean the people who were fighting for Palestinians, when the election season was happening, and you got Kamala Harris to drop the losing rhetoric that lost her, which we'll get to that in a second, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Sorry, rant over, but like, cheese the freaking Louise. I hate these losers, dog. And they get promoted. You wanna know how much money? Okay, I can't say that. Stop, Sean, stop. You can't. Stop. I'm gonna start dropping tea. I'm gonna start calling people out. I'm gonna start saying you got paid this much money because I saw it happen. I have insider connections. I know y'all got paid bank to make these videos. And you benefit while the people that you claim to care about are suffering and will continue to suffer under Trump presidency. Sorry, whatever. We'll continue. Back to the script, I guess. Put my glasses back on. People make me so freaking mad, bro. Make me so freaking angry that these people can just benefit from either winning or losing. It doesn't even matter to them. It's like Joe, okay, whatever. But otherwise, it wasn't a bad play leading into celebrity culture. I'm not in the camp of, Meg Thee Stallion twerking on a stage in front of these kids is what lost her the election, or cause she's too woke now, and Kamala Harris leaned too much into wokeness, and that's why she lost the election. Yeah, I don't believe any of that, or whatever the conservative wing of the party likes to say. Like, first of all, we shouldn't listen to them in the first place, because they also lost the election, but whatever. They thought she was gonna win, so like, whatever. But my issue with it is just, this video feels like yet another stream. The energy is perfect. It's just, I just would be ranting. If Meg ran, they would have won, true. I don't know how effective, right, having Oprah Winfrey speaking at a rally was in motivating people to actually go vote. Which is why I think it's all the funnier to think about all the money that she and her campaign paid influencers and celebrities to amount to almost nothing. Also in this section, I wrote, Hassan gets kicked out of the DNC. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I don't know what I meant by that, but I thought it's funny, because it is funny. Reason number 4. Kamala lost the election because she's a black woman. This one's interesting because I think there's actually elements of truth here. FTC The Fire talks about this in a video, and many others, including news publications, talk about the role of Kamala's identity in her loss in this election. With the trend towards Trump from many demographics, including Latino men and Latino women, young people, specifically young men, and non-college educated voters, it's a compelling argument. I do believe that there was a contingent of voters who refused to vote for Kamala because of her identity, but I don't believe that that is what lost her the election. Firstly, I want to tackle the logical endpoint of this argument. If Kamala lost primarily because she's a black woman, then what's the lesson here? Did we not know she was a black woman when there were conversations about her running the campaign in Biden's stead? What of the polling that demonstrated that the only other person to beat Trump was another, albeit more popular black woman, Michelle Obama? See, I told you we'll come back later. Did Obama, whose identity was more of a focal point in 2008, not handily win his election? And most importantly, do we just never run a black woman ever again? America is a white supremacist nation. Yes, always has been, and for the foreseeable future, will continue to be. Do we hang up our coats and only run our own old white men to beat their old white men? Well, if only there was an old white man that is popular and effective in courting independence with his populist policies. We could have had not just once, but on 2 separate general election occasions. Despite the Bernie cup that I'm holding on to in 2024, the polling doesn't even demonstrate that her identity lost her votes. As I spent the entire video demonstrating, the Democrats since defeating Trump have been solely hemorrhaging supporters in their own base. A lot of it had to do with Biden's age and mental faculties, but additionally, the apparatus propping him up and defending him did not instill confidence in the Democratic Party, especially not with the... I keep forgetting I have my YouTube subscription notification turned on. COVID elephant that occupied the room in the last 4 years. Party approval rating often shifts following the president, and COVID, the quarantine, and the subsequent rise of inflation tanked confidence in the Democrats from the average American citizen. The fall of Roe was able to minimize the effects of the red wave in the midterms to a ripple and absolve Biden of a lot of the blame temporarily. Many Democrats took a sigh of relief, but the economic issues did not change as the presidency matured. So when people are experiencing economic hardship, and then they are being told by the admin that Bidenomics is working and the TikTok shows are yelling about how transformative the Inflation Reduction Act is, that affects the perception of the admin. Speaking of the Biden admin, reason number 3. Joe Biden refusing to stick to his illusion of being a one-term president and deciding to run again in 2024. Yes, I 100% agree. This is what set the chain of events that culminated in the Trump victory and what originally made it possible. Joe Biden was too old to run for his first term, and deciding to do so again should mark his legacy and shame in every book that is written to document this period of history, alongside his aiding and abetting a genocide, of course. But not to absolve all the establishment Democrats who were repulsed by the idea of anybody taking the mantle for Biden before he ended up dropping out. Any Democrat that did not pressure Biden to step aside in February, political pundit, influencer, or politician alike, all hold a monumental amount of blame that they're currently trying to absolve in ways that we talked about above.
You're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable.
But I reject this premise that the election was unwinnable with Kamala Harris. That's something that many people are saying. Now, down to the last 2 points, and I'll be quick because I know this video is getting already too long. Reason number 4, pandering to Republicans. This kind of goes hand in hand with Kamala losing because of her identity, but I put it separately because I think this was a conscious choice her and her campaign made to demonstrable effect. Kamala choosing to campaign with Liz Cheney, run on more regressive policies than even Joe Biden, disregarding trans people, and doubling down on right-wing border policies, among other things, cost her greatly. She wasn't going to win left-wing Democratic voters who were disengaged since Biden's win in 2020 with pandering to right-wing framing on cultural issues. As analysts are saying, she lost to the couch. She couldn't get the excitement that people had for Joe Biden in 2020. She was 9 million votes down when the raw vote totals were compared, so she didn't want to fortify her base, but she also was never going to convert the independents and Republicans she needed to win either. As I've said on this channel before, the left will never win support the way the right does by doing what the right does. The right is more approachable because they hold the normative position. The left, by the nature of
my audio kind of sucked back then,
existence, is going to be less popular. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing
maybe I'll bring it
what
back
the
one
right
day.
does. See above paragraph. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position.
Oh, I should put a, how do you know what timestamp that is? I should put a card here that redirects to the video.
Would a Republican voter vote for Kamala, who is just doing neutered Republican policies? If Kamala is conceding the border is such an issue that it needs to be stamped down, if you believe that, why would you vote for the person who is just coming around to that position and not the build that wall guy? If you feel inflation is a problem, why would you vote for the person who was telling you that it didn't exist because they fixed it 4 years ago? Those were never the voters Kamala should have been courting, and the polling shows that to be correct. They gained 1% of Republican voters when compared to 2020, but lost 6% of independents in swing states. Like, it was an abject failure of a campaign strategy, and I have no idea why or how it got greenlit. It makes me want to lean into like the conspiratorial, like, oh, the Democrats are only there to lose mindset. But if you're good at maths, as the Brits call it, you will know that that's only 4 reasons. The celebrityism, Joe Biden demanding to run, Kamala's identity, and her campaigning with Republicans. But what's the number 1 reason? What caused the outcome that we will have to live with for the next 4 years at least? Reason number 5, Kamala refusing to separate from Joe Biden. I think this is the biggest, most avoidable mistake that Kamala Harris made this campaign season. I think a culmination of factors coalesced in this loss, but this one is squarely on the hands of Kamala herself. She was given a number of different instances where she was asked about her role in the administration, whether it was about the genocide that they are aiding or about the policies and Joe Biden's promises, or about what she was planning to do in the future different than the guy that was forced to drop out of the race 4 months before the election happened, and the best that she could come up with is nothing? People want change. People, especially Americans, are simple. They want to be able to afford things. They don't like the healthcare system, student loans, debt, or their crummy bosses. And they don't like paying that much money for eggs. There's a reason why there were people who voted for Trump and AOC. They're dumb, but those are the voters, bro.
So we did a lot of good things, but all too often, Kristen, we talked about the mechanics of the legislation and the details of the legislation, and we really didn't show the kind of empathy and concern to average, or show enough of it to average working families who didn't realize how much we had done and how much we care for them. So what we're going to do is spend a lot of time talking to working families, showing them how much we care about them.
They hated Biden so much that they forced him into an early retirement, so why tie yourself to a dead man's hip? It's hard to quantify what decisions lost her the most votes. This one was easily the most avoidable from her. In conclusion, liberalism did not dictate Kamala Harris being a black woman. Liberalism also didn't dictate America being a white supremacist nation. But it did dictate Kamala's campaign decision to campaign to the quintessential white supremacist, racist political party in the Republicans. Her being a black woman did matter to the election only because she thought it cute to go back to the main base of racist people as a black woman to court their votes instead of strengthening the current Democratic base who wouldn't have cared if she's a black woman or not. It wasn't an American misogyny issue. It's a campaign issue. It wasn't even a racist issue. It's a campaign issue. What even would the takeaway be if it was only a racist or sexist thing? Never run a non-white, non-cis, non-straight, non-male candidate again? There's a lot I didn't touch on in this video, like sending Richie Torres to Dearborn, the I'm speaking garbage, pledges to fund the border wall, and a whole lot more. But that's just like business as usual for the Democrats. So, what does all this mean? Where do we go from here? Well, I don't have an easy answer for that. I don't know how to fix the Democratic Party that led to 2 Trump presidencies. I don't even know if you can. The Dems have made it clear that their only effort to fight the ever-increasing phantom of fascism is to win elections for all eternity. And they have then demonstrated that they are unable to do that. What I do know is that we are a part of the working class, and there is power in numbers. As I'm writing this and as I'm recording, the Teamsters are on strike with Amazon DSPs, and Star Wars Workers United are organizing a strike of their own. Luigi Mangione domed a healthcare CEO, and everyone cheered, bro. People are tired. Maybe our role as the left should have more of an emphasis on connecting in our communities rather than spending $100K on recreating a podcast set. Maybe refocusing the collective anger of the systems we live under from the people of all backgrounds would be a more productive use of our time. All I know is I am personally disappointed in the Democratic Party, and you should be too. And do not let Kamala Harris run in 2028 like some of these losers are suggesting. Please let that shit die here. She should not have a continuation of her political career. She is a loser, and we have to stop supporting losers. Glasses off for this. We have to stop supporting losers, all right? Only winners. This is why you should follow Shauna Black on Twitch, subscribe to Shauna Black on YouTube, follow me on Twitter too, I guess. I don't freaking use my Twitter like that. Give me money. I'm a winner. Please give me $1 million. Don't give it to freaking Oprah. She doesn't need it. She's a billionaire. Okay. She's a billionaire. Man, Democrats suck. Invite me to the DNC. What are we doing here? Don't invite Harry Sisson anywhere. They lost you the election. I would have won you the election. I'm just saying. Just think about it. Think about it. If you can tell, this is where my script ends. It says fin, which means it's done. Oh, addendum. Off the cuff addendum. Sending Obama to lecture black men about voting for Kamala Harris like black men are the problem, objectively hilarious. Even though black men was the racial group, the group after black women who are most closely aligned with the Democrats in 2020 and in 2024. So shout out to Obama for that. Keep drone shotgunning hospitals or something, I guess. But yeah, that is the end of this video. Thank you all for watching. I hope you guys appreciate it. If everything goes well, this video should be out on January 6th. So happy January 6th to everybody, man. I'm a week off. You're a week off, Sean. Oh, he doesn't know. Look at him. Look at him. He has no idea. He has no idea. If everything goes well, this video should be out on January 6th. So happy January 6th to everybody, man. The funniest thing happened last time. Maybe this time it'll be the same. Democrats doing January 6th. Yeah. I plan on doing more scripted videos. I plan on uploading more content on my YouTube. I literally neglected YouTube for the entire year of 2024. But I am trying to be better. And so thank you all for watching, as I just said before. And thank you so much to my patrons: Ashley, Jordan, Ben Fish, Darren Kennedy, Dixon Your Mouth, ha, you got me that time, Echo Waves, Euphoric Acoustic, Foul Faye, Gamada, Gizmo, Jack Lee, Mango Breezy, Obrega, S. Lecraze, Sammy Yukon, Alexander De Palma, Alice C., Brennan Willingham, Brian Kill Me, Emma Alexandria, Gut, Lily Claire, Scared Confusion, Spinoli, Tiffany Wright, and Tuxedo Friday. And shout out to my YouTube members: Euphoric Acoustic, Sarah, and Dorky Juan. Thank you for giving me money. Bro, shout out to some of these patrons, bro. Like, I've uploaded nothing on Patreon, and some of those still give me money month over month. Like, I respect you. I respect you. He asked me, which one? Are you dicks in your mouth? Gosh darn it. Are the most annoying Discord members and chatters the one giving you money? That's crazy. You gonna take that? Okay, that's it. You can leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Adios. Bye. And yeah, that's the... First off, that's the video, chat. That's the video. The real reason why Kamala Harris lost the election. It's an hour and 6 minutes long. I do have chapters on it as well. I think there's some good information in here. It took me forever to work on. So yeah, go watch it, chat. Gosh darn it, such a great video. Thank you. Watch it, leave it a like, let it play in the background, put it on loop while you go to sleep, share it on Twitter, like my tweet about it as well. Oops. Do all that fun stuff. I've been Twitter since 2011. All right, because you're old. But yeah, it took me freaking forever to do, but I finally got it out. And I have to think about what I'm gonna do for my next video. I'll figure something out. My February video may be a Black Center video, like Black Excellence. Maybe my February video will be a Black Excellence video. You know the feeling I think a lot of people are having about the election? I try. Hopefully people that I posted, people will stop unsubscribing to me on YouTube. Or maybe they'll keep unsubscribing to me on YouTube because they hate me. And they think I suck. The coding explained video. Let's see. Right now it's 8 out of 10 on my view ranking. So go watch it, chat. Gosh darn it. I would appreciate that. Give it a like. Leave a nice comment. Oh, I can't like comment on this. I'm not right account. Okay, I pull up. It'll actually be nothing once you take off. Just takes time. Okay, it's not letting me like things. Let me like things. Thank you. But yeah, I do also want to cover a few more things. I want to cover the dream situation, of course, because that's, I think, what's happening. First comment means best viewer. Well, it was before the video was even posted, so like, really think about that. Think about that, chatter. But yeah. Can you choose my new favorite song? What song is this? This AI channel has 110,000 subscribers. This video has 1.2 million views in 12 days. What? Bro, what a grift. 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 I could, bro. I could do this so easily. What an easy grift. Wait, I don't know if I can play this. Wait, I can't be cut. About the artist, Chris C. Smooth Smith was born in 1952 in Jacksonville, Florida. Chris Smith was a fierce competitor both in the boxing ring and the soul music charts. A former lightweight contender, Smith's. Did they write fanfic? They wrote fanfic for this person who never existed. What is even happening? What is even happening? The song blends raw emotion with an infectious groove, exploring themes of frustration, defiance, and the pressures of fame. This is totally ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT written. I would have believed it maybe if it didn't say exploring the themes of frustration, defiance, and the pressure of fame. A person did not write that. I don't believe it. I don't want to. Okay, here.
Providers, they're scrambling. They scrambled last week.
Is there any new updates to the fire? Is there any new updates to the LA fire? I live in LA. I should probably know this, but it's hot. It's hot. Well, thank you, chat. I did not know. Very original chat message. That fire is hot. Ominous news on Tuesday. The National Weather Service is forecasting a PDS particularly dangerous situation. The highest warning. They've declared a PDS 3 other times this season, all led to catastrophic fires. Oh no. Tuesday's tomorrow. Road to 10K a month, day 17 out of 90. Glad you're okay. Well, that's maybe, I don't know. You know the fire got worse because they hired black people. It's called DEI. It's supposed to get windy soon. Oh no.
Welcome to day 16 of taking the agency to 10K a month. Right now,
wait, what agency?
Welcome to day 1 of taking the agency to 10K a month. And
Where's your feed? My feed is full of liquid gold and video format like this. This is gold content.
90 days. This series is basically me documenting my journey to taking the business to 10K a month, and ideally less than 90 days. I'll be recording and documenting this every single day, and they'll usually be pretty short and sweet. It's not going to be something insanely tactical unless I really want to share something that I learned or I thought that it was insightful that I want to share with you. Today was definitely kind of a rougher day in the sense of productivity was kind of low, but I was able to get everything done that I needed to get done. I'm almost done setting up the ad campaign to launch tomorrow to generate leads for the agency.
What agency? There's like no description, no comment. Do you think he's gonna succeed? I don't even know what he's doing. I don't know what the business is. SMMA? What's SMMA?
Good morning. So in this video, this is going to be a day in the life of me. So as you can see, quite a different change of scenery. This is the new house I'm living in. I'll give you a little panoramic view. This is the backyard. My room's right up there. There's the pool. Some other decoration stuff. Hangout spot over there. I'll give you all a tour of it later today. But right now I'm going to the gym. We're gonna hit chest, and we're gonna have a good start to the day. So
Bro, I want to see the business stuff.
They need special attention. So that's what I'm doing right now, making sure
Bro has a gun on his freaking nightstand.
the links and tags.
Also, fake guru, bro. Fake guru. Every guru who wants to be productive with their businesses know you make your bed every morning. Everybody knows this. That's the first thing you learn, right? You probably have never read 42 Laws of Power either. Jordan Peterson. You probably never read Rich Dad Poor Dad. Yeah. Everybody knows. Wake up at 4 a.m. You make your bed first thing in the morning. That way you feel productive for the rest of the day. And your bed, sir, is not made. You already went to the gym.
Are appropriate on the caption sheet, so whenever we go to post, we don't run into any problems. So that's what I am working on right now.
Wait, what?
And run into any problems I'm doing right now, making sure all the links and tags are appropriate on the caption sheet, so whenever we go to post, we don't run into any problems.
What is he talking about?
So that's what I am working on right now. And yeah, so this is just a little update of the day. Got my cold brew coffee. The stuff is strong as shit and has me wired. So I'm gonna finish this up, and I will probably go for a walk later today, and I'll just chat about everything that's going on. And yeah, I'll give you all a tour of the house.
Bro, no, I care about the business. I don't care about the house. I care about the business. What is your business? What do you do? What is SMA? Social media marketing agency? What does he do?
And everything on the back end side of things is working great and set up properly. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 3 months. I'm excited to build this business. I'm excited to break things within the business in order for it to grow. But yeah, stay tuned for the ride. We're currently at $0, and I have no doubt in my mind that within 3 months, be able to take the agency to 10K a month. That's literally 10 people paying you $1,000 a month. That is 1,000% doable.
But what do you... Okay, this is so funny. Like, they start with, like, how much money do I want to make? Okay, work backwards from there. I need 10 people paying me $1,000 a month. Okay, work backwards from there. I need a product that is worth that service. Instead of starting with the product itself, right?
and then selling that. Okay, maybe I don't get it. I don't have the mindset for it.
And what helps me as a business owner is being able to break things down, because $10,000 a month may seem like a lot, but whenever you break it down simply, it makes it more digestible and makes it more attainable. And you can break it down even further into like action items. So like, what does it take to get 10 clients? What does it take to get one? Does it take 5 sales calls? What is your conversion rate on those sales calls? If you get 1 client out of 5 qualified book calls, you're about at a 20% close rate, which is definitely not ideal. Ideal is like 30%. But you know it takes 5 to get 1 client. If my math is right, you have to have 50 qualified book calls. When you break it down to its simplest form, it makes it feel like it's more attainable. So yeah, this is day 1 of taking the agency to 10K a month. If you want to see the progress and journey and learn what I learned along the way, subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow.
Wait, 504 and disc Black Boy Max? Bro, there's so much going on.
All right, this is day 2 of taking the agency to 10K a month and 3 months. Today, launched ads and metrics are looking good.
Wait, there's a Taylor Lorenz video? Bro, what is my feed? There's so much I care about.
The new ad account's gonna take some time to for the account to get seasoned. That's just gonna take time.
We'll speed run through this. He's still 0 out of $10,000 a month. He's making $0 a month, like nothing. Okay, let's go day number three. How much is he making?
Welcome to day 3 of taking the agency to 10K a month in 90 days. Leads have been coming in, but they're not the quality that I've been looking for. So I'm gonna have to make some tweaking on the targeting side of the ad. And as well, I came across a offer that is just crushing in the agency space, in the local lead gen space. So today I'll be focusing on that, redoing the retargeting on the campaign, and creating the new script and creating the new ad to launch the new offer as well. Because I caught wind that the exact offer took an agency from 8K a month to over 40K a month, and literally in such a short time frame. So I'm going to be doing that, but we're still at $0.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Day 3 is $0 a month still. All right, what else do we have? Day 4.
This is day 4 of taking the agency to 10K a month. As I said in the previous video, I was going to make some tweaks on the targeting of the ad, which I did. Also created the new script for the ad. I'm going to be shooting that tomorrow to get that ready to launch by mid next week.
Wait, okay. So he shoots ads himself? I'm confused. I'm confused what this business is. I'm confused. Yes, okay, but like, what is he shooting? He has no contracts. Like, he's saying he's having trouble getting contracts, but he's also shooting ads. But like, what is he shooting ads for? That's where I'm confused.
I know that offer is going to crush. It's really good. So stay tuned for that. I'm gonna let y'all know the results.
Okay, day 5. Does he make any money or get an offer or something?
Day 5 of taking the agency to 10K.
Bro, he's just like, does he just go to like places that like make him look, are supposed to look rich? Like, look, I have a giant view of this giant apartment complex. You have no money. You're making $0. Why do you have expenses? Why are you paying for like all of these different things? You have $0. No revenue at all at this point.
I'm recording this video because I wasn't able to do.
Also, you can't afford a mic. You can afford to go and own this apartment or whatever, but like you can't afford to have a microphone or anything.
Recording yesterday, so this is the morning of day 6, and so you'll be expecting another video tonight. So it'll be 2+ today. As you can see, the scenery is a bit different. We are in beautiful Austin, Texas, and right behind me is the Lady Bird Lake that goes right through downtown Austin. Beautiful view. Sunrise was amazing.
Is he doxing himself?
And yeah, it's going to be a little weekend getaway, not working insanely much. We have to fire an editor. So right now we're using a
Bro, first of all, why did you hire an editor with no profit? No profit. He's still making $0 a month. Number one. Number two, you just started and you're already doing layoffs? You gave your editor 5 days? 5 days? 5. That's it. You're like, okay, sorry, 5 days. You're done. You're cooked. Get out of here.
So it's kind of a delay in creative. So that's the timing is kind of good because we're on the trip, and then that happens. So yeah, everything is just panning out as it should be. But let me give you a view of the view.
You gotta finally drop this phone. Okay. Tell me how much money you're making.
Getting ready to go to a coffee shop called Mignana. It's right down the road, and take care of some work. And we're gonna have a great day. Let me give you a tour of the Airbnb that we're staying in.
Oh, he's in an Airbnb.
Minimal ceiling with amazing view. Amazing appliances, fridge, and then there's the front area over there. Like,
okay, day number 6. Please tell me he makes some money. He makes some money at some point.
day 6 of taking the agency to 10K a month in the next 90 days. Today was a relatively chill day. Did a lot of work, had a lot of interviews that I had to do for the other company I'm working for. So I wasn't able to work on the business too much, but I just recorded ads right here, actually, on, I believe this is Lady Bird Lake here.
Please, I hope you got a better microphone.
In Austin, Texas, and we're about to see a beautiful, beautiful sunset. This week is going to be a big week. A lot of moving parts. I got a new editor to edit the new ad creative that I literally just shot, and I'm in the process of hiring an ISA to help with service delivery and get my clients better results. Also, I have a sales call booked for later today. Gave him the rundown on the call yesterday whenever we chatted. He's looking for a new marketing guy, and he's excited to do business together. So this is day 6 of taking the agency to 10K a month. So if you want to stick along to see the journey, subscribe, and I'll see you in tomorrow's video. All right, this is day 7 of taking the...
Bro, you have a Shure SM7B right in front of you with a Scarlett audio interface. Why is your microphone quality so bad? Why is it so trash? This is the industry standard microphone. Why is it so echoey? Just use that microphone. Whatever.
The agency to 10K a month in 90 days. Right now I'm working on scripts for our ISI, working on scripts for our ISA for whenever they call the leads for our clients. And I'm going to be hiring an ISA very soon.
Why are you hiring people? You have no money. You are making $0 with this business. Zero. None. You have zero money. Why are you hiring people? You cannot automate a workflow, or you cannot make a workflow more efficient when you have no workflow. You have nothing. You have nothing to show for what you're doing. What are we talking about here?
On them and call recordings and everything like that. It's going to be a rough hire, and I expect that for the first 4 to 5 hires as I'm building things.
Why are you hiring 5 people? You are making $0 a month with this business. Zero. None. Nothing. I feel like we have a different concept of having $0. He has not even gotten his single dollar yet. A single dollar yet. Bro.
Things around that and making it easier for that process, that hiring process, and really have the systems dialed in. That's going to take time, but I expect it to be rough. I'm going to be mostly hiring people from South America, as unfortunate as it sounds, most of, or not most, but like, there's South Americans that have been like deported from the U.S. So they have really good English, and those are like the really good candidates that we're looking for, because as you know, whenever you're calling someone and have an accent, there's like an instant like distrust if there's like a different accent or something of that nature. But if you're like from the UK or something, for some reason you get like a ton of trust with if you're from the UK and calling into the US. People like feel like they can trust people from the UK, which is really interesting. But like every other like accent just really affects the conversion rate. So we want to make sure that they have like no accent, their English is really good, and they're good over the phone, very, very bubbly and charismatic, and just good to talking with people. So I'm in the process of doing that. Waiting on a few more revisions for editor to create on the ad. And I just wanted to run this offer by you because nobody watches these videos anyways. So basically the new offer is...
That's so... Hey, Ryan, I'm watching the video. I'm watching the video. What do you mean nobody watches these videos? I watched the video. Okay, do I not exist? You currently have 200 people right now watching your video. Currently, right now. Isn't that against fair hiring practices? Not if you outsource it, baby. You're forcing me? Hey, I'm teaching you through him how to make $10,000 a month. He knows how to do it, obviously. Look at his face. No accent, he's trustworthy.
Going at it with the angle of completely free, 3-month package. No advertising spend, no nothing. It's completely free. That's in the front end offer, but on like the back end, it's kind of like a bait and switch. Be like, hey, of course we're not going to be working for free. Nobody can work for free. There is an investment to this. For the 6 months, or sorry, the 3 months, it's upfront for this price point, but it's all inclusive. Our management fee, everything of that nature, the hiring, everything, the advertising spend is all covered in that. Pay one time up front, and then you don't even have to worry about it, and that's it. Or if they don't have the money to do that up front, then what we would do, or what I would do, is just downsell them and do it on a 3-month package where they pay monthly and they cover their own ad spend. And we could do it that way. So whenever I hop on more sales calls, I'm going to be testing that offer and see how that does. But on the front end, it looks really good because free and advertising works a lot better than not free. But yeah, this is day 7 of taking the agency to 10K a month. If you want to watch my journey of taking it to that point, subscribe, and I will see you. Welcome to day 9 of taking the agency to 10K a month. Yesterday, super solid day. We had our first...
Dog, it's 1 minute and 20 seconds. Just re-record the video. You put it in the description, meant day 8, not day 9. Just re-record the video. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds. I promise you, you'll be all right.
Close. So we are no longer, well, technically we are still at 0, but they closed, getting the contracts and agreement sent over to them. And then on their launch date, that's whenever they'll be billed. And then they'll be billed after that, month to month. I have Lucy right here. Lucy's celebrating with me. I'm not even like celebrating because there's still so much more work to do and we're just getting started. Yeah, later today I have an interview with a ISA that has applied for our ISA role, or we get our applicants off of Facebook ads, and we found a really good process to do that, and it's really simple. I actually have a lot more applications to go through. I'm gonna do that later today as well, see if we can get some more applicants.
How is he paying people off of one contract?
And see how this interview goes, so we can really dial in the service delivery and dial in the results for our clients. But yeah.
Also, I love this sales speak. I love how sales speak here. You know what I mean? he's like, yeah, we're automating our workflows and we are, incongruizing our ad campaigns, and we've signed a contract to bring in the ISA. Like, it's so funny. It's one of the transparency,
Taking
right?
the agency to 10K a month. I'll keep you posted with everything. It's a start, but I'd say it's good practice. So if you want to stick along for the journey and see me take the agency to 10K a month in 90 days, subscribe and I will.
But it's kind of funny because he's not showing us anything. He's literally not even showing us anything. He's just going live on his phone or recording on his phone and being like, hey, you know what I mean? We hired somebody. See you tomorrow or whatever. Like, what?
Welcome to day 9 of taking the agency to 10K a month in 90 days. I have to show you guys something. Check this out. Boom. Look at that. First payment collected for the agency, day 9. Things are running smoothly. A lot of things going on. Yeah, this is literally happened earlier today. I actually expect another one coming up. So yeah, stay tuned for that. We're already en route to hit our goal. So yeah, a lot has happened in the last, honestly, week or so. It's been a weird week. I'm in the process of hiring ISAs, hopping on tons of interviews, and honestly, I had my first interview yesterday. Super rough. I didn't even know what I was doing. It's just gonna take volume, and I'll just get better at it. I mean, I expect to be bad at it because I've never hired for this role before. And yeah, so I'm just figuring it out as I go. And that's kind of like my philosophy with anything. Like for this YouTube channel, for example, I just started posting random stuff that I'm doing and my goals and bringing you all along for the journey. I mean, if you read my bio right now, like it's literally just documenting my journey and progression. So a call came in, and I was on the phone for a bit, so that's probably why it's dark right now. Now I am about to hop on a call with a client to figure out scripting and integrating the ISA into his business and knocking that out. But I mean, dude, everything's going great. I cannot ask for more right now. I'm super grateful for the progress.
What does
I mean, it
ISA
took me like 2 years
stand for, chat?
to basically build the skills and develop as a person to be able to do stuff like this. And it's taken me so long. I feel like
Stuff like what?
Sure.
You've not told us anything. Okay, I need to know. I need to know what he does, bro. What is the business? What is the business?
If you're watching this video, you saw the title and it intrigued you, and you're probably a new agency owner, probably watching and consuming a bunch of Iman Gadzhi, bunch of SMMA gurus on how to start your agency and get your first client, and you're struggling to generate appointments. You're sending hundreds of DMs, hundreds of Zoom videos, reaching out to LinkedIn, cold calling, running ads. I'm going to show you the strategy that we use personally to generate 50 appointments.
Wait. So his first video is how to get 72 SMMA appointments each month, but he was making no money. You know what I mean? He was making no money. So like what are we doing here?
Leads and appointments using the strategy I'm about to share with you. So like getting straight into it. First off, you need people to reach out to. These people to reach out to is using, at least for us, a data scraper. So we use a data scraper called outscraper.com.
Okay.
This pretty much allows you to scrape data off Google Maps, is what we do, because we're targeting local businesses and all their information is out there. You use this to collect all these leads, get their information. After you get their information, you then put them through this software right here, clearoutphone.io, which basically separates the actual phone numbers of the business owner versus like a landline. So it's able to cut through the fat for you, and so you don't have to keep cold calling numbers that don't even work in the first place. This does the work for you. So after you get your leads, run them through this, you basically have a database of contact information of business owners that is pretty much getting directly in contact with them. So after you do this, you're going to get exported into a CSV file. After you do that, you're going to upload it into a software such as Go High Level. If you're not familiar with Go High Level, then and you're in the agency space, then I don't know what you're doing. You must have been living under a rock, because this is like the go-to software that pretty much every agency owner uses. Alex Ramosi used it in the past. I'm pretty sure he built Gym Launch off of it. I could be mistaken on that, but
Gym Launch?
Using Go High Level here.
What's Gym Launch? Oh, it's a consultant company. Movement and consultancy designed to help gym owners reach more people and make more money. Okay.
It's probably the best software to use, so just get it. I think they have a 14-day free trial. Give it a go. Give it a shot. But
did you just leak somebody's phone number? This is a public business, but like, it's still kind of crazy to do on a YouTube video.
You get your contact information. After you get these leads and import them in here, so you just drop the CSV file into this.
Wait.
Your contact information. After you get these leads and import them in here, so you just drop the.
I mean, yeah, he's just he spent so much time getting his information. He just put it off for free on his YouTube channel. Sure.
The CSV file into this right here. Drop it there. It'll import your leads. Make sure the information is the details are lining up properly. Make sure you do that. After you get these leads, what you're going to do is make sure you have a phone number with High Level, and then that it's A2P approved. If you're not A2P approved, it's kind of a pain in the butt, because your messages won't get sent out. And if they don't get sent out and you still attempt it, Go High Level will still charge you. So make sure you're A2P approved and your phone number is verified before you start doing any of this. After you do all that, what you're going to do is put them into a basic workflow. And what this workflow is basically doing an SMS campaign. So if you have a setter in your agency, you want to assign them, add a tag. This is important for later on and staying organized with these leads that you have. So we have a sent text tag. Then we go to create or update opportunity. Then they go into a text sent stage in the pipeline. After that's ran, they get sent out this first message, which I'm in the auto detailing niche. Basically saying you want to be in the perspective, because we've done a lot of testing as far as
auto detailing niche. Okay, so here's what he does, chat. This is the method. He makes a fake company, right? Or just makes a company, because all companies are kind of fake. He goes to Google Maps, looks at auto detailing, car detailing companies around him, and he sends out a message to the people's like phone numbers or whatever, to be like, hey, so you're listing on Google, do you do ceramic coatings or whatever? And wait for them to respond. And after they respond, and be like, I'm an advertiser, I can help you out with that. Right? It's just like spam messaging, hoping somebody bites.
Messaging goes. So you want to be in the perspective of, when you're reaching out to these people, that you're a client that's interested in getting a service done. So if you're targeting chiropractors,
yeah, lie about, appearing to be a client trying to get a service done. Sure.
You basically say, hey, I saw your listing on Google. Do you do spinal decompression or for med spas? If, hey, I saw your listing on Google. Do you do body sculpting? So 5 jobs. What's a good number to reach you at? 80% of the time, we have really good response rates with that. Usually they say they're interested. The text message gets sent out. They put in, the first one gets sent out. They get put in here. After they reply, they automatically get moved to the replied section. And this is where...
Wait, are these... What?
Either you or your setter will be in here ready to give them a call to get them booked on an appointment. So...
Oh, okay. This is just saying, like, if everybody they have in here gives them $250, they would get $50,000. Carter got one of those. An editor saying he loved his content, never watched, and thought no sucked. He could do good ones. It would make numbers. Yeah, I get those too. I also get what happens a lot as a Twitch streamer chat. You get people being like, hey, do you want to do money laundering? Like literally, they're like, hey, I have an offer to offer you, Mr. Twitch streamer. And we love your content, of course, yeah. But like we send you gifted subs and you give us 60% of the gifted subs. You keep 40%. All for free, you do nothing. And promise, this is not illegal. Literally, like that. I've gotten those. I got one yesterday. Or with bits. Hey, we give you 10,000 bits a month. You just have to give us 60% of the bits. You keep 40%. All free for you. Totally not illegal. Yeah. Honestly, it's rough out here for small streamers. I get if you consider it. Makes sense to me. Let me see. November 12th, I got one as well. Do it? No, it's against TOS. You can't do this, chat. Good afternoon. My name is Ross. I would like to offer you cooperation. Cooperation is to replenish Prime subs on your channel. Terms 65-35 in my side. That is 65% you send me, 35% you keep. In the first month, I send about $200 to $300. Further, each month we can increase the amount. I can provide proof that I offer a real and working proposal for cooperation. I will be grateful for any of your response. So yeah. And Prime subs are not bad actually. Right? Because like Prime subs count for your like total sub count for Partner Plus. But like, why would I get banned? They can send proof though. I don't know what proof that they will send.
Using this strategy, we've been able to book a ton of appointments. 18 here last week. As pretty
also,
simple.
like he's able to book a ton of appointments, but we know he's made $0. So like, you kind of cooked yourself, bro. If you're trying to sell yourself as like a guru who knows how to do these things, like, oh, you posted an hour ago.
Welcome to day 18. I'm taking the agency to 10K a month. Right now, about to get into calling some of my clients' leads to really dial in the process of the ISA, so I can figure out what is actually working when calling these leads, what kind of questions to ask them, really just how to like structure the conversation and how to like create a flow that makes sense whenever we're booking these jobs for them. Still figuring it out. It's just going to be a trial and error, and I know this, so that's why I'm doing this. I'm very hands-on with it before I just completely hand it off to someone else, because that's just a recipe for disaster, and I don't want that. So about to call some leads, get into it, and yeah, finish up the day strong, working, and moving things forward to hit the 10K a month mark. I feel like every agency owner says they want to hit that
Wait,
mark.
this is a 12-minute update. Why is this one 12 minutes? They get longer? No. This one specifically is 12 minutes apparently for some reason. Also, wait. Can I not count? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, no, that's correct. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, maybe I missed a day. But no, he hit every day.
Welcome to day 18. I'm taking the agency to 10K a month. Right now, about to get into calling some of my clients' leads. Still figuring it out. It's just going to be a trial and error, and I know this, so that's why I'm doing this. I'm very hands-on with it before I just completely hand it off to someone else, because that's just a recipe for disaster, and I don't want that. So about to call some leads, get into it, and yeah, finish up the day strong, working, and moving things forward to hit the 10K a month mark. I feel like every agency owner says they want to hit that mark, and it's true. And every time they hit that mark, they just keep pushing it. Next, after 10K a month, it's going to be 20K a month. After 20K, it's going to be 30, and then 50, and then 100. So I'm just like super excited to be doing this and being just learning and experiencing this. So yeah, I'm excited to
one, document this, and two, bring you along the journey to see how I develop as a person and entrepreneur, and see what it really takes to grow.
Entrepreneur.
And,
okay,
yeah,
bro. Capitalism sucks so bad. It sucks so much dick and balls, bro.
See what I become in this process. So yeah, let's get into it. Hey, is this Aiden? Yes. Hey, it's Ryan from. You had submitted your information about getting your 2007 Honda Accord ceramic coated. Is that right? Oh yes. Cool. So yeah, I want to give you a call and let you know that our offer that you saw on our ad is being ran for a short period of time.
Okay, wait. Okay, genuine question. I'm going to assume that this is after he already talked to the ceramic coating company. So, like, why? Okay, wait.
You do remember that, right? Yeah, I remember. I just want to know the Yeah, 100%. So it really depends on the condition of the paint and like everything that you would want, how long you plan on keeping the car, and it really just depends what your long-term goals are with your car. Yeah. So how long do you plan?
Why? You're not a detailer. Why is he answering these questions? I'm so confused. He has somebody on his line that is like interested in ceramic detailing or whatever. Why not just forward that person to the business and take a commission if they get something? Why is he answering the question about like, well, it kind of depends on what are you looking for with your ceramic detailing? Like what service are you exactly looking for? Like, you know, what color do you want? Like you're not a detailer. You don't know these questions. You don't know how, whatever.
You plan on keeping it? A couple years, probably like 2-3 maybe. 2-3 years. Gotcha. How long have you owned it for? About like how long have you owned it for? Oh, you're asking someone. 3 years, around 2 years. Gotcha. So have you gotten any sort of like other detailing service done to it before? Any other coatings or? No, nothing. Gotcha. So you plan on keeping it for a couple more years or so. Why do you want to get the vehicle coated? I just want to see how much it costs. I see that and I was like, well, let me see how much. Might as well. Gotcha, 100%. So is it just to really price shop around, or is it to really like restore the paint? Because like honestly, some people get it for aesthetic purposes, so some do it for long-term protection, and then some other people do it for because they plan on keeping their car for a long time and it helps with the resale value. So which one were you mostly like interested in? I would just do it to protect it, you know, because it's getting older. Yeah, 100%. But you are interested in getting it taken care of in a reasonable time frame, right? Yes. Gotcha. So like I said earlier, I'm calling from Plus Auto Spa. What I can do is actually have Prav, who's the owner of the company, give you a call and give you some more information about the pricing, because I want to know exactly what it would look like. Considering it's a 2007 Honda Accord, older vehicles tend to have obviously more sun damage and use. Did y'all take it to car washes and stuff, or how'd y'all maintain it? I wash myself. You wash yourself? Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. And is it a daily driver? Not right now. I'm not driving it right now, right? But soon I will be. Okay, gotcha. Eventually it'll be a daily driver, yeah. Gotcha. Is this your new car? No, we've had it. It was like a family car, and it's now in my.
Why does any of this matter? He's not the owner. He doesn't know any of the information. What is he going to do with this information? Figure out what he's selling. He's selling to companies, right? He does SMMA, social media marketing agency. He scrapes companies' informations, right? And then he goes to companies. He's like, I can get you customers or by being like an advertiser for you. And then he advertises, he takes out Facebook ads for the company. And then people call the ads and it gets directed to him. And then he does this thing, I guess. And then he directs them to the company itself. Right? Which I'm like, whatever, right? I don't like marketing as a concept at all, because marketing is just like a manipulation, but for capitalism. But whatever, I'm gonna move past that. My only question is, why is he asking questions about the car detailing instead of just immediately directing that person to the owner? Maybe to vet make sure that the consumer is not a scam, maybe? I don't freaking know.
Nice. That's awesome that you want to get taken care of and protected, and now that you'll be using it. So yeah, 100%. And with it being somewhat old, we would have to really see what kind of paint correction it would need, first and foremost. So there's basically like two levels of paint correction. There's a one-stage paint correction, which basically gets rid of about 80 to 85% of scratches and imperfections. And then stage 2 paint correction, which gets rid of 95% of scratches and imperfections. And
is he trying to upsell him? That also might be his role here. His role is also to upsell the service. Right? Because he's like, oh, you want ceramic coating? Well, if I can upsell you for the ceramic coating, I get a higher commission.
So he's just like a salesman, but for a bunch of different companies instead of one different company, I guess.
Really just depends how well the thing was maintained. With you,
That'd be a fun guru. This guy just seems like a stupid kid thinking he found a holy grail of being a marketer, basically.
Imagine it's in pretty good condition. Would you say it's like kind of hazy, or how would you say it looks overall?
Yeah, like he's doing more work than if he would have just worked at a car dealership company or whatever. You know what I mean? Like a car detailing service. Like he literally, and he's honestly getting paid less currently right now than if he were to just get a job being a salesman. He's his own boss though. That's kind of laughable. He still has to answer to the company itself. But yeah, true. He cannot be fired by the company. They can just end the contract, and he still doesn't get paid. I'm not serious. I know. It's such a funny thing because this is what people think.
Gotcha. So that's one thing that we'll check for an in-person consultation is to see what exactly we need, and then from there we'll discuss what else, what ceramic coating would make the most amount of sense for you, because we do have a 2-year, a 4-year, and a 7-year, all ranging in different prices. So yeah, I don't know the specific pricing for the ceramic coating. I'm just setting up the phone calls and appointments for the business owner to talk to people who are actually interested in getting it done to their car.
Well, then why are you? Okay, whatever.
Phone call later this week. Yes. Yeah, sure. Sweet. Got this guy booked in for my client. It's a 2007 Honda Accord. I imagine the paint is probably not in the best condition. But regardless, gonna give him a phone call. The business owner's gonna give him a phone call Tuesday. See if we can get him in the door, get him closed, and yeah, that's the first call of the day. Just finished.
No, yeah, he's a scheduling assistant. Essentially, that's his job. He gets that guy permission to share the call? Probably not, honestly. Hey dog, I'm doing a YouTube video about like how to make $1 bajillion through marketing. Can I record our phone call for that video, please? Thank you. Was a TLDR for people that just joined. This guy is a master guru. He's taking a company from $0 to $10,000 a month. And he knows exactly what he's doing. So we're learning from him because he's great and awesome.
Still figuring out the process for this because, one, never done this before. I used to just provide leads to the business owner. Figuring out this process has been very interesting, and so that's why I'm calling the leads and really figuring it out myself before I can really like pass it on to the ISA. Right now, I need to get a retargeting ad up and going because one of my clients was able to record a snippet with my client whenever I had a call with him the other day, just like the results that we've been getting him, and I'm going to use that as a retargeting ad, and it looks like the video failed in Descript. Okay, so now I'm uploading the video to get it ready. I'm not even going to edit the video, it's just going to be raw in Descript. Okay, so now I'm uploading the
I don't even know what platform this is. Also, he's not even editing the video because he fired his editor. In case you're wondering why he's not editing the video, chat, it's because he fired his editor.
Video to get it ready. I'm not even going to edit the video. It's just going to be a raw recording of us talking for that short snippet, and then I'm going to run that as an ad, see how that goes as well. I'm going to record some more ad creative and get that going as well. Because really, guys, like whenever you think about it, 10K a month, it isn't like that hard. But I just want to do a really good job for my clients, and so I just like, yeah, I can sign a lot of people, guarantee the world, but I just don't want that. I want clients that are going to stay with me for a very long time and never stop paying me. And sometimes it's kind of tough as an entrepreneur to really know like what you need to do. And I think being able to have sit-down sessions like I had today, where I literally went and mapped out my weekly execution of what I need to do to help me get to the 10K a month mark.
Bro,
really
in a Google Doc? Sure.
But now that I've increased my pricing, because I know what I'm doing provides value to these business owners, now that I've increased my pricing to $12.50. In order to 10K, that's 8 clients that are paying $12.50 each month. I don't know about you, but there's a lot of business owners that are like past the 5, a lot of, in my business, the auto detailing niche, there's a ton of business owners that are past the 5K month mark that can afford that as well. Because just, especially with the results we've been able to get. Like yesterday, I went to a local shop in my area. It is probably doing around $80,000 a month. So pretty much $1 million a year auto detailing styling shop. And I got in contact with the owner and I'm going to see if we can set up an appointment. I looked into stuff. Looks like he's not running ads, but whenever I was at a shop yesterday, he didn't seem to he was pretty busy with the cars in, but he's always looking for more business. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get on a conversation with him sometime this week. So I haven't heard back from him. I'll have to follow up with him. But yeah, really it's just going to be dialing in these systems, figuring it out, tidying up the script, working with this ISA to get the clients good results, find a system, because like I could call the leads with, I mean, right now with the amount of clients I have, I could call all the leads, but doing that and running the ads, creating my own ads, following up with leads, creating systems, getting creative ready, like doing everything.
All his clients are his parents' friends. I don't know. I think what he just said is he just walked into random businesses. He's like, let me talk to your owner. Let me talk to the boss here. Hello, Mr. Boss. I do ads online. You have no ads online. Let's link up and collab. And then he puts out a Facebook ad for like a car dealership or whatever, or like a detailer.
and then like a person calls him, and then he like primes them to be like, you know, what are you looking for in your car dealer? Yeah, I know this for sure. Right? No, I'm not the owner, but like I know the owner. So just tell me what you want. You should probably get the most expensive option. And then he sends that guy to the owner, and then he gets like a. Actually, I don't even know if he gets commission. I think he just gets a monthly payment for like a monthly service. What do the ads look like? We don't know. I haven't seen any of his ads.
A to Z. It's a lot of work. And as well, if you have like more than 2, 3, 4 clients that you're calling leads with and following up with them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, it's a lot of work. And it's very time consuming. And it's not hard work, but it is time consuming, which is not my most. I don't have the most leverage doing that task, which is why I'm outsourcing it. That's why I'm doing that over media buying. Media buying is not difficult. That is relatively quick as well. Even at 8, 10 clients, I don't think I'll even have a media buyer. I don't think it makes sense to do that quite yet. Unless it just depends. I'll have to see whenever I get to that point. But for now, I want to build it right and have the ISA trained up enough, know what he's doing, and when calling these leads and booking them in. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed today's video. We are actually sponsored by Blue Gorilla right here. But yeah, I'm going to get the retargeting ad, the testimonial retargeting ad going for myself, so we can generate some new business there. I'm curious to see how that will perform. I need to get new creative up and running, but it's looking like shit outside, so I'll have to do that tomorrow. I appreciate you tuning in, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, we're done with this guy. I want to see.
It's this like mindless dopamine.
I want to see.
Let's go through the comp. I don't have time for y'all today. 5K, hey, yeah.
I want to see the disc. Where's the disc at?
My shit just be a little wonky a little bit. I don't know why y'all are gassing shit up. My shit is literally good. Nigga said the corner, Lamau. Ain't funny, gang. Like, yeah, bro, I can't wait for y'all niggas to be 30.
Yeah, she like, boy, you better not cheat. I'm like, 10, what's how I gotta be? That's why I gotta leave. I smoke the bottle with viral for the week. I got a lot of money. Need a streamer and make them hot as me. That's why I gotta leave. I smoke the bottle with viral for the week.
Whatever, no views fell off. Okay, don't say that because my video's not doing that well either. So, which is why you should watch it. First off, because it's been out for 2 hours, I only have 200 views. That's why you should watch it, and then show your parents, and then show their parents, and then show their parents as well. Thank you very much. What is this?
A promise or a prediction, but it is there for the taking, and we are going to work to make it happen. Now, there are serious and ongoing challenges in the world. The Houthis continue to represent a clear and present danger. ISIS is trying to use the fall of Assad to regenerate after years of sustained pressure and the degradation of its networks. North Korea remains the same menace it has been for many years across many administrations. China's cyber attacks are a continuing threat, and more. But we have the capacity and the wherewithal and the friends and allies to meet these challenges. Finally, there are also important initiatives that the next team should carry forward, in our view, that have a strong bipartisan foundation in order to cement America's position of strength in the world and our current lead in key areas. The work we've started to revitalize our defense industrial base.
Talk about a walking
steps
that's
we've
crazy.
taken to protect America's
Is he worse than Richie Torres chat?
Foundational technologies from being used against us by our competitors. The major global infrastructure initiative that provides a long-term alternative to China's Belt and Road. Suffice it to say, it's been an action-packed 4 years. But if you take stock of where America stands today, I believe deeply that the incoming administration is starting with a very strong hand. So as we pass the baton, we are doing so, thanks to the leadership of President Biden and his team, from a position of profound American confidence and capacity. And when you look around the world,
Isn't the Supreme Court coming back for a TikTok ban? Like, aren't they meeting today? Or are they reconvening? Reconvening.
You're watching ABC News Live special coverage.
They said they were adjourning until Monday.
that has what we have, we're working off of to try to close. So that broad framework includes the phases, it includes prisoner exchange for hostages, it includes a surge of humanitarian assistance.
Wait.
Finalized this week. Is it that you've been able to make progress on that makes you feel more confident? And what is it that you still need to figure out? With regard to the hostages in Gaza, what is it that you've been able to make progress on that makes you feel more confident? And what is it that you still need to figure out how to address to get that deal finalized this week?
Well, to answer that question, let me just take a step back.
Thursday, Monday at 10:30 is 12:40 in DC, so who knows? Is it not public arguments anymore? Sad face.
President Biden laid out a framework for a ceasefire and hostage deal last June. That framework was endorsed by the UN Security Council and remains the operative framework for a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. It is the deal that the parties right now are working off of to try to close. So that broad framework includes the phases, it includes prisoner exchange for hostages, it includes a surge of humanitarian assistance once the guns go quiet, which we will be able to move trucks much more rapidly. Since June, we've had multiple efforts to close the deal. We've come close and haven't been able to get across the line. There have been some details, particularly around the formulas with respect to prisoner releases, formulas around the exact disposition of Israeli forces, and other things along those lines. Those details we have been hammering away at week after week, month after month.
Yeah, I don't think Hamas is gonna be like, yo, dog. Yeah, we could all half of the IDF soldiers that were in here before into Gaza, and that way you're chilling. Like that's not gonna happen. And Israel's like gonna be like, no, we want to put all the IDF soldiers in there. Where you're like, okay, let's be in the middle. You know what I mean? Half. Like it's not gonna work.
Now, in the last period, just over the course of the
It also
last
doesn't work because we're still giving them weaponry.
several weeks, we have accelerated that effort to try to bring this to a close. I was in Israel in December, and then I was in Qatar and Egypt, and I met with the leaders of all three countries, basically to try to help put this on a track to get it across the line. President Biden sent Brett McGurk out to Qatar more than a week ago. He has been camped out in Doha, day in, day out, 24 hours a day, working to tighten up these details and try to get this done. We have also coordinated very closely with the incoming administration to present a united message to all the parties, which says it is in the American national security interest, regardless of party, regardless of outgoing or incoming administration, to get this deal done as fast as possible. And now we think those details are on the brink of being fully hammered out, and the parties are right on the cusp of being able to close this deal. Whether or not we go from where we are now to actually closing it, the hours and days ahead will tell. But I believe it is there for the taking, and we're going to do everything we can to push it to get it across the line. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Historians one day will write the history of the Biden foreign policy and probably end up summarizing it in 2 to 3 sentences. How would you write those 2 to 3 sentences?
I would say that we made our alliances stronger, we made our enemies weaker, we made America's sources of strength stronger, and we did all of that while keeping America out of war.
And I didn't hear you mention Afghanistan in your opening at all. How is that going to be addressed in the speech? How would he explain or defend it at this
He
point?
will address Afghanistan.
Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. W gifted sub.
In the speech, and it was in a sense referenced because I said we kept America out of war. In fact, President Biden ended America's longest war after 20 years. It had been passed from president to president, sending American men and women to fight and die in a foreign land year after year after year. President Biden was not going to hand that off, and he believes that history will judge his decision to end that war as being the right decision for the United States, that America is better off today, that we are not entering now our 25th year of war, of Americans fighting and dying, of billions and billions of dollars spent in Afghanistan. And what we have been able to do instead is refocus that effort and energy and attention on the challenges of the future. Now, when you end a war after 20 years, with all of the decisions that have piled up over that time, there are going to be challenges and difficulties, and there were challenges and difficulties in the period of the drawdown. But people predicted once we left Afghanistan, it would harm our alliances. Our alliances are at historic highs. They predicted that we would have a safe haven in Afghanistan for plotting terrorist attacks against the American homeland. Terrorism remains a very real concern, but President Biden pointed out before he pulled out that it's a more diffuse and metastasized threat, including the kind of homegrown violent extremism that we saw on display in New Orleans in January. In fact, over the course of these 4 years, we have seen President Biden, that was the first.
The Supreme Court website didn't even have our case listed for the next 2 weeks. Yeah, it's cooked. I said it was cooked. People didn't believe me. I said TikTok is cooked.
Terrorist attack that has happened on American soil. It was not connected to Afghanistan as far as we know. It was connected to inspiration from ISIS. And so President Biden believes that the decision he took has left America in a profoundly stronger position, and he will explain in his speech today why he thinks that's the case. Yeah.
Can you talk at all about this unified U.S. approach between your administration and the incoming? And 40 plus years ago, when President Reagan took over, there was this perception that there had been an intention to deny President Carter the announcement of the U.S.
King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sorry, I was eating a nerds cluster. Thank you. Much appreciated. Shout out to the 5 people that got gifted a sub.
U.S. hostages. These are different times, different circumstances, but were there lessons from that or a different approach to try to avoid that kind of a repeat? What is the unity?
So I don't think that that was primarily the thing on President Biden's mind when he directed us to start working intensively with the incoming administration. What was on his mind is we're in this period of change and transition, and we can't have anything miss between the cup and the lip in the handoff between our administration and the incoming administration. So he told us, he told me, sit down with your successor as soon as you possibly can and start working through and mapping out what they need to know and how we can work together in this period of transition to put ourselves in the best position possible.
I don't believe him. That sentence is too long for Biden to say.
And in fact, we've seen in the context of the Middle East that we have coordinated on common messaging around the ceasefire in Lebanon. And we are coordinated, very closely coordinated, including with Steve Witkoff and Brett McGurk, around trying to bring this hostage deal to a close. And it's because there is a spirit being brought to this work which says these are not partisan issues. These are American national security issues. And it's the kind of spirit that President Biden has brought to this job from the very beginning, that set the politics aside, do what's right for the country, and have our team work with the incoming team in that regard. And I have to say, our coordination thus far, the engagement we've had, it's been professional, it's been deep and substantive. And yes, we disagree on a lot of things. And I'm sure that in the months ahead, I'll have my share of criticisms, just as Mike Waltz has had his share of criticisms of me. And this is not about us seeing everything exactly the same way or coming at things from the same perspective. But it is about a shared view that a time of transition is a time of risk, and that
King Henry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Again, much appreciated. For a total of 10 gifted subs, we hit the sub goal. Shout out to the 5 shouters that got gifted a sub. You don't deserve it, I do. But it's okay, because I'm always subbed. Thank you so much, King Henry. King Henry with the bank. Got the money.
it is
Hey,
critical.
you know what makes me mad? That person who spent all that money on the Pokey collab disappeared from the internet. Me and King Henry could have won it together.
That we close ranks as Americans to say no one can take advantage of us, but we will try to take advantage of every opportunity available to us in this critical period. Yeah.
Are there any assurances in the latest iteration of what's being discussed in this hostage and ceasefire deal? Are there assurances that the Americans who are alive will be released as part of this phase of releases?
So obviously we have been focused on ensuring that all of the Americans ultimately come home. That is part of the objective that President Biden set forth. It is part of the phases of this hostage deal that all of the Americans come home. Now, what they are working through and hammering out are the details of the precise sequencing of people coming out over the course of weeks and months of this deal. That's getting hammered out as one of the final details. But
So would they be in the first phase?
Also, for anybody who's in in YouTube chat as well. Do you see ads on YouTube chat? I was wondering if being ad monetized on YouTube carries over past videos onto YouTube chat as well. Excuse me. No ads thus far? Okay. Oh, insert ad. It wasn't even on. Ad inserted. Maybe I can check it incognito. I also open up it on my phone and just see. I'm curious. She got me high, now I'm falling. Cause when she tries, draws is dropping. Chubby pocket, oh yeah. It's now or never. Oh yeah, I got an ad when I clicked on it.
So, like I said, the details of how exactly this is going to play out are being hammered out in the end game, and I can't report to you exactly how it will play with each of the Americans. Yeah.
Jake, thanks for being here. So just real quickly on the Gaza hostage situation, how many of the 98 hostages that are still held are believed to be alive? All 98?
I have to refer you to the Israelis who have been taking the lead in terms of characterizing their best assessment, which is combined with our best assessment of the answer to that question. We have a good sense, we believe.
What's the question?
Be alive, all 98 hostages that are still. Real quickly on the Gaza hostage situation, how many of the 98 hostages that are still held are believed to be alive? All 98?
I have to refer you to the Israelis who have been taking the lead in terms of characterizing their best assessment, which is combined with our best assessment of the answer to that question. We have a good sense, we believe, with respect to the Americans, but in terms of that broader universe, particularly the Israeli hostages, they'd be in the best position to answer your question.
That's right, Jake. I just wanted to ask you another question that has to do with the timing and the sequencing of some of the things that the administration has been announcing. We've seen oil prices jump as a result of the tightened sanctions. Was there any, and then we've got other things happening now, sort of new restrictions on AI and chips that are all coming in the kind of final days of this administration. Can you say a word to your thinking about the timing, and then also, whether you expect from where you sit right now that oil prices are going to stay high and that American consumers will sort of bear the brunt of that decision?
Well, first, remember that when the Ukraine war started in those early months in 2022, oil prices spiked way above $100. The price environment for us to put sanctions on Russia's oil sector at that time would have meant a really significant hit to the American pocketbook and the American consumer. The price environment today is profoundly different. You said spiked. Actually, oil prices today are significantly lower than they have been over an average in the past few years. So actually, we have just a fundamentally different price environment, and that is the reason for why now. Because President Biden...
Okay, he's just yapping.
Not.
Because I feel that we have heard you all express a level of optimism many times at various points over these last several months.
I'd have to go back and check the record about my level of optimism, at least in recent months, because in fairness to your question, there has been a little bit of a Lucy in the football quality where we thought we got really close.
As with delay? Shouldn't be a delay.
I haven't stood at this point and said anything particularly optimistic about a hostage deal in quite some time, and that's because we haven't been in the position that I think we are in today. Why is that? It's because the gaps have fundamentally narrowed on the key issues. The formulas...
Okay. He's just yapping at this point. I want to see the Supreme Court TikTok stuff. Is TikTok going to be banned? Will TikTok actually be banned? What happens to my app? What do you need to know? On Friday, the Supreme Court heard arguments regarding the ban of the app for nearly 170 million domestic users. TikTok will be banned in the United States on January 19th. That's in freaking 5 days. 6 days. There's 2 potential routes the app can get to remain operating in the nation. U.S. Today provided live updates on the court route. Okay, wait. I wonder if they still did that. because they adjourned for until Monday. Today's Monday. There are only two ways for one of the fastest growing apps to remain available in the US, but both need to occur before the ban on January 19th. If the Supreme Court does not act against the law this week, the law will go into effect on January 19th, banning the app in the United States. This means you won't be able to download the app if you already have the app installed. It will eventually stop working. Your For You page will go silent. New content won't load, and the app will essentially become a blank screen. Depending on the court's ruling and direction, ByteDance could simply let the app wither and die or pull the plug entirely. Unless one of two things happen, the app will be banned January 19th. The first would be the Supreme Court to side with the app and allow it to stay open for distribution. This will rely on majority vote from the 9-person court, which I don't think is going to happen. The other would be the app complies with the law requests for the American owner, but not the active Chinese company ByteDance. An American buyer is looking to purchase the app, which I think it's stupid. Not for them trying to buy it, but for well, that's crazy. Okay, I just tested it, and every time I press the insert ad button, it runs an ad on YouTube. That's crazy. Well, okay, if I skip this ad, and then I press, sorry YouTube chat, you are my guinea pig for a second, because I have to see if this is the case. And I press it again. Okay, I didn't get another ad. I did not get another ad. What if I press it again? No, okay. Maybe there's a cooldown it just doesn't tell us about. No ad spam. Honestly, that would be a insane way to farm money. If you just have like viewers like watch the ad just constantly. I wonder how much money that actually is. Depending on how many viewers you have. It'd be good to know. Anyway. The other would be the app compliance with the law's request for American owner. I already said that. For users who've already installed TikTok, the app will likely become a shell of itself fairly quickly. ByteDance won't be able to push updates or bug fixes because the app won't be able to connect to your device. Is TikTok completely banned? TikTok isn't going away entirely. The app is still popular in other countries and will be available outside the US. Some US users might try workarounds to keep the app here, such as VPNs to access the content outside the country, but those may not be reliable and could be illegal depending on how the ban is enforced. Some of the biggest, most popular accounts have already started moving content to other platforms, which could speed up the app's disappearance. This is true. Someone by TikTok. Project Liberty, a nonprofit organization dedicated to internet connectivity and rights, is looking to potentially purchase the app from ByteDance. President Tamika Tillerman said that they would not disclose the bid they offered to ByteDance. However, they disclosed the organization received $20 billion in verbal commitments from investors. That's a lot of money, bro. I mean, I didn't make a nonprofit myself. That's bank. If they purchased the app, it would only own the U.S. portion of the social media site. They would not own TikTok. They would not allow ownership. This would not allow ownership over the TikTok algorithm, which China views as intellectual property. Can the court temporarily block the ban? Justice Samuel Alito asked whether the court temporarily blocked the ban, which is scheduled for the ban scheduled to ban TikTok on January 19th. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar said the court shouldn't do that unless TikTok was likely to win based on the First Amendment claim of a right to distribute its content. She said that it wasn't just an executive action, but it was done in concert with bipartisan majorities in Congress. I think this court doesn't have a basis to enter a temporary injunction unless it thinks petitioners are likely to succeed on the merits of First Amendment claim. To be honest, I think there's no argument to be made that you should find that. I think no argument to be made I think there is no argument to be made that you should find that more likely successful. Jeez Louise. Trump defends TikTok. President-elect Donald Trump has opposed TikTok ban. He's already called the Supreme Court to pause the law that can ban TikTok, filed a claim that he can find a solution once he becomes president, 24 hours after the law goes into effect. Earlier this month, the court said it would decide whether or not to upload the January 19th deadline. After justices debate the law's merits during oral arguments this week. So yeah, I don't see a pathway for victory for TikTok. I don't. I do not see a pathway for victory for TikTok.
Pets. And could not get back and make sure.
Be put.
Gideon went back to talk to racist people again, bro. This new generation can learn about networks and VPNs. It won't help them, but they can learn about it for sure. Frustrations as a small content creator and Twitch streamer.
Yeah, what's going on with y'all YouTube? You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a video about, you know, just being like a small content creator, being a small streamer and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? And like kind of just being frustrated about it, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty much going to be talking like about, you know, myself and to y'all really, you know what I'm saying? And see if y'all can like really relate and shit like that, because I ain't gonna lie, in 2025, you know, 2024 and shit like that, it's kind of tough to being content creator, man, and a whatchamacallit,
Tell me about
a
it.
streamer and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, it's tough, you know what I'm saying? And I'm in the same boat with y'all and everything like that. This video isn't going to be about no like, you know, oh, I'm gonna give y'all like 5 tips. I'm gonna give y'all 10 tips. No, I ain't gonna be ain't gonna be none of that shit, man. It's just basically just raw, unedited, whatever. And plus, I hate editing anyway, so
Bro,
I'm just gonna
same.
just, you know, just let it roll.
Same. I'm right there with him, bro. It takes so freaking long. I don't hate it, but it just takes long. I do enjoy it sometimes, but like it just takes for a long time.
You feel me? But I just know, you know what I'm saying, it is very like I would say demoralizing to be a small streamer, content creator, whatever.
And I ain't even small like that. He's speaking to me, chat. He's speaking to me.
Identify yourself as and stuff like that. You know, to see like Speed, to see Kai, to see all these big names, Duke, Phantom, all of them, you know what I'm saying? Like just like really eat and stuff like that. But you know, sorry. But your time is gonna be coming. My time gonna be coming too. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is just keep on going and just keep being positive and just keep on posting. That's
Who's
all
the guy?
you really can do.
I don't know. He showed up on my feed.
You know what I'm saying? There really isn't like no tricks. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I'm not a big content critic. I can't find that letter either.
Anything like that. There really isn't no like.
He's right about this though. He's not wrong.
And stuff like that. Unless you want to be that one to just like buy views and stuff like that, which I highly recommend not to do that shit. Do not do that shit. You hear me? Don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? But you know, otherwise you're gonna be killing your chances of actually like, you know, having a community and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And also too, you know, I mean, I stream and everything. I do TikToks, I do shorts on YouTube. I post videos every now.
Does the trick people figure out the trick and the trick is saturated? Yeah. Like the whole like TikTok method, like, oh, post your clips onto TikTok. One, TikTok's being banned, so like it is what it is. But two, like everybody's doing that. It's truly a matter of, it's a who you know situation. It's purely luck, right? It is do you have connections to people who can make your career, right? or can you get those connections? And that's kind of it, right? Growing organically is a 1 in a billion chance. Making connections with people who can grow you or help you grow is a 1 in a million chance. It's still a low chance, but you're better off doing that than being at the whims of the algorithm. There's an endless sea of a single digit view streamers that do all the things and will never break single digits. Yeah.
And then, because I really don't know what they really post, but now I'm gonna just start just talking to y'all for real. I'm gonna just start just talking.
This is something I talked about for the last year, Chad. I've said this previously as well. As a streamer, I'm going to be transparent with you guys on how I intend to grow and how I intend to increase my audience size. But again, I don't have all the answers. There's a reason why I'm sitting at like 200 viewers right now. If I had all the answers, I'd be you feel me? I'd at least have 1,000 viewers or something. I don't have all the answers. I don't know how to make it or break it. Right? Because there is also truth to the idea of like sometimes you're kind of nerfed. Right? Sometimes your identity gets in your way. Because of people's, what's the word? Like in-group biases. That's what I learned for that dude on Hassan's stream. Because of people's like in-group biases, they are more likely to associate with people that look like them. And so if you're not in a niche that is, for people that look like you have a harder time of growing, right? You just do. Right? If you're black and you're not like in like the freaking like black culture, hip hop or whatever, like where people think that black people are supposed to go, right? Where people are like, oh, you're a black person, you go to the AMP side. If you're not on the AMP side, you're nerfing yourself because people don't want to see you outside of where they think you should go, right? And there's a sense that to any group, right? Any and every group. If they look at your identity and you're like, oh, you're insert this identity, you should be in that side over there. If you're not in there, right, you're gonna have a harder time growing because people don't want to see you when you're not in your like natural habitat. And it sucks. It's like as a black person who does politics, right? And a black person who does politics, like people are more likely to watch somebody who looks like them doing the same content than look like me. It's the reason why I have a higher proportion of black audience than Hassan does. And Hassan's very large. But I have a larger share of black audience because black people tend to gravitate towards other black people. And that's just, that's society. And it's the reason why affirmative action is so impactful and so important because it's supposed to address that disparity, right? And try to, work around it. And try to address that disparity and try to correct for it, right? This has kept many of us from streaming or creating content. Yeah. Was also some inside baseball for minorities. No lie, it's why I started watching you. I appreciate that. Jeez, a freaking wheeze. Right, but it's and then this is a conversation that we've had previously as well. We've had it when talking about Ludwig, if you guys can remember that. Right, with the Fast 50 event, and there were conversation and there were talks about Ludwig's Fast 50 event being like, oh, why is there no black people here? Right? Or why there are few black people here? And how Ludwig's response to that, right, kind of highlighted and demonstrated, it wasn't anything like particularly wrong with his response. It was the normal societal response of here. In case you don't know what I'm talking about here. me see if I can find it. Please don't show me any freaking Tom Dark videos, please. Can I just not see this, please? Okay, whatever. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. It wasn't a year ago. Oh, this one.
Cues in big. You're talking about drama going to be received, whether people liked it or didn't like it. And when I uploaded my last video, I knew a few of you would be upset because I basically duped you into watching an ad for my next event. However, I thought, fuck it, dude. It's my channel. The event's for charity. I should promote it. So I uploaded it anyway. However, what I didn't anticipate was a shit ton of people who were mad at me over on twitter.com. And it's not for that reason at all. It's for something completely different. And we're here talking about drama once again. This time I'm in the drama so I can explain exactly what went down. There was like a trending Twitter page called The Problems with Ludwig's Speedrunning Event. And the event, if you haven't heard of it, is called Fast 50. It is a speedrunning charity marathon event that is 50 hours long, trying to raise money for No Kid Hungry and Wings for Life. We do like an event for No Kid Hungry every year, and thankful to a lot of your support. We are one of the larger donors to No Kid Hungry. I'm very proud of that fact. Proud to also now start working with Wings for Life. I think it'll be a fucking killer event. And this was the graphic that I attached along with the trailer that showed some of the creators who are going to be involved. You know, people like Point Crow, Moist Critical, Alfred, people you might recognize as speedrunning or speedrunning adjacent creators. You might notice something that is missing from this graphic, however. People that aren't white or dudes. There's a lot of white guys, all right? And I got a bit of heat for that online. How did Ludwig manage to put together 19 white guys and one Asian guy, shout out Liam, for a speedrunning event, not one headlining woman? And then there's even more tweets. And by the way, I should say this right now. I have tried to blur out as best I can everybody's name and identity. I never want people to go...
Man, ads on YouTube is crazy. I have my live stream on YouTube opened up because I was just curious about how many ads run. In the time that I've been streaming on Twitch, 3 separate ads have run in between my last time running ads and ads running literally in 10 seconds, right? Like 3 times. That's kind of wild, no? That's a lot of freaking ads. To be fair, YouTube ads are skippable, so you can skip those ads. But there are a lot of ads. Getting that bag. I am curious just what the ad revenue difference is between Twitch and YouTube. Oh, ads just ran on Twitch. There we go. Not all of them. Some of them are skippable. But yeah, let me play this while the ad's running.
For me. Don't defend me, man. All right, all you should do is watch the thing that I put out. If you like it, hell yeah. If you don't, that's okay. Stop watching me, but never feel the need to defend me. I'm okay. I can defend myself. I'm an adult man in this world, and I don't want anyone getting in battles on my behalf. Anyway, this tweet read, why is there not a single woman in Ludwig's speedrun thing? Ain't no way. And then GTM posted rightfully that well, here is just an example of one woman who is participating in it. And then they said, that's good to hear. I'm happy that she will have that kind of opportunity to represent women in speedrunning. It does feel last minute as a way to cover up the negligence, but still dope to see. And then Laura, thankfully confirmed, no, he actually contacted me way before the initial trailer dropped. I just thought he didn't want me. No, definitely wanted Laura. Laura's a great speedrunner. So, you know, I'm not trying to sit here and tokenize and be like, yeah, I got this fucking woman and this black dude and also this Asian guy. Like that's cringe. I don't need to tokenize the people who are going to my event. It is not all white dudes, okay? There are a lot of white guys. That is fair. But that's just because I asked people who I knew personally who are like speedrunning creators, and a lot of them happen to be white. And I wasn't going through like I'm a fucking admissions board saying, sorry, man, we hit our white quota. We can't allow you, Point Crow. All right, man, it's just not going to work out for you. I didn't.
And that kind of illustrates the point that I'm making. In case you're wondering how we got here, we got here by watching this video about being a small content creator, and that kind of highlights the underlying point. Because again, this is not a dig at Ludwig, right? I'm not coming at Ludwig for this. This is an old thing, but it kind of underscores the point that I'm trying to make, and it maybe is a point that I want to talk about in February, as like a quick video for Black History Month, right? But the reason why, because he mentioned it in the video, he's not an admission board, right? But the reason why admission boards do that, right? The reason why admission boards take into account race is because they understand, right? They understand, or they can understand, the fact that certain marginalized people have less of an opportunity to succeed or grow in whatever situation you're talking about, whether it's being admitted to a certain school or being hired for jobs, or happen to be friends with larger streamers, right? And because of in-group biases, because of people's implicit biases, where you are more likely to have people around you that look like you, that is true, right? There's just a fact of life. When we're talking about a field that is so collaborative, such as the streaming field, right? That also means that it's so much more difficult to grow as a marginalized streamer than it is if you are a cis straight white guy, right? Because you as a cis straight white guy, specifically in America or English speaking streaming communities, you are more likely to have friends who are other cis straight white guys. Therefore, when you are a streamer, and that's how collaborations happen, and collaborations are instrumental for growth, you end up having a streaming landscape that is overrepresented, or at least it may be proportionally represented. I think it's overrepresented for certain demographics as well, right? Automatically appeal to the largest audience, yeah. And so as a black person, if you're not in a specific like subsect or niche that they put you in the box that you're supposed to be in, right? You're less likely to be overwhelmingly successful in this industry, because you're less likely to be friends with other streamers and do collaboration with other streamers because you're not friends with them for the most part. And even if you are, viewers are less likely to watch you because they also want to watch people that look like them as well. You know what I mean? Like, people tend to gravitate towards people that either look like them or have a shared experience to them when they're watching content. And so there's a problem with being let's say a black streamer, getting in front of people. And then even if you are in front of people, there's another problem with viewers choosing to stick around with you as well. And the reason why Kai and Speed are so successful is not because they've somehow broken the mold on this. They've just brought their own audience to Twitch. You feel me? The Twitch audience is not watching Kai and Speed. You feel me? Or like the live stream audience is not watching Kai and Speed. Kai and Speed brought an audience from somewhere else onto Twitch. Where they were like, oh, if you're not gonna watch me, right, I'm gonna get my audience from elsewhere and bring them to watch me. That's what happened. They went to TikTok, they went to freaking, like, even like YouTube or whatever. They went to where the youths are, and they appealed to them and brought them onto the live streaming space when the live streaming community was not watching them. That's why they're massive everywhere else outside of just Twitch. Yeah. And so that's something that you have to like reckon with as a marginalized like streamer. And it is getting better. It is a thing that gets better generally, right? But I want you to think about that there is a reason why a black person has to be like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times larger than their peers in order to be allowed to associate in the same space, right? Even if they get to that point in the first place, right? Because you will oftentimes see a like streamers like taking chances on other streamers smaller than them that, you know, look like them, because that's just, again, implicit biases. Make friends with people that look like them, because again, that's implicit biases, right? And also because there's also less black streamers in the world. Twitch ignored Kai when he was breaking the sub record. Yeah, I mean, Kai has talked about this before. I tried to find this clip, but I couldn't find it. But Kai has talked about this before. Kai has talked about how when he was growing on Twitch, nobody wanted to collaborate with him. Nobody was inviting Kai to events when Kai was at 10,000 viewers. No one was bringing Kai into the space when Kai was at 50,000 viewers. Right? Because he was a different side of Twitch. He was a part of the loud equals funny side of Twitch, right? And because nobody brought him into the Twitch space when he was that size, when he was 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, now that he's averaging 80,000 viewers, now everybody wants Kai at events. Now everybody wants to bring in Kai and invite Kai places and doing this and doing that. They just mean the black side? Yes, they just mean the black side. And so now people are confused. Now we're confused when there are different sides of Twitch, when you have the Poggers community and the WL community, right? Now we're confused by like how this happened. Why is Kai not at these events? Why is the Twitch so segregated? You know what I mean? Why are there different camps of Twitch? And that is because 2-3 years ago, right, people were so in their own space, in their own community, that they didn't want to necessarily take a chance on somebody new that didn't fit their mold or wouldn't mesh with their viewers. Right? And so they went and built their own. And that's what we see with the Twitch landscape now.
I'm saying, but yeah, so I would say like my struggles as far as like being a goddamn like small creator, a small like Twitch streamer and stuff like that, it's just really just doing the things that naturally just come. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. Like, so what I mean by that is like, don't copy. Don't copy nobody else. Whatever that's trending.
While non-black streamers just appropriate and adopt the aesthetics of trends of black creators and tales of the time. This is something that nobody really wants to talk about, and people probably don't want me to talk about because I ruined the fun or whatever. But like, there are people who have gotten extremely successful off of the commodification of black culture, and it's like seeing a unicorn, right? People like black culture when it's not a black person doing it, right? When it's a black person doing it, it's ghetto, it's ratchet, it's, you know, this and that. But when the language is co-opted by people who are non-black, when the styles and the culture is commodified by the people who are non-black, it's like a unicorn. Right? It's like, I don't know if you guys remember that thing with a white girl rapping Lil Baby at a wedding or whatever. This. Oh, it was King Von. That's even crazier. Oh no, it was Lil Baby. I was correct. It was Lil Baby. It was Lil Baby as well. The same person, but just a different clip of her rapping. She got Drake DM off of rapping Lil Baby, yeah. But do you know why this is so successful? The reason why this is so successful is because it's like a unicorn, right? It's literally the meme. You can't talk like that, white baby. You know what I mean? Like it's that meme. But like when you have somebody who's like, oh, you don't usually do this, and now you're doing this. Therefore, that's what people like to see. Right? And so there's a huge market for content of Black culture done by non-Black people. Right? And so when you see people commodifying the language, like the term unk, for example, and that being used, taken, stripped of its meaning from an adherence to Black culture and becoming like Gen Z slang or whatever, to the point where you have people who are not Black explaining Gen Z slang, which is commodified AAVE, to other non-Black people. And it's like a little party that Black people aren't invited to. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Because there's still an underrepresentation, even with Kai, even with Speed, the top streamers in the entire industry, there is still an underrepresentation of Black people in the streaming landscape. There is still an underrepresentation of Black people at streaming events. There is still an underrepresentation of Black people at Twitch events. There is still an underrepresentation of Black people being featured at TwitchCon or whatever. There is still an underrepresentation of Black people, but there seems to be an overrepresentation of Black culture. There is an underrepresentation of Black people, but an overrepresentation of Black culture. And so it seems like people love Black people for what they can give, but they never want to give back to Black people. When it comes to using our language, everybody wants to use our language. When it comes to wearing our fashion, everybody wants to wear our fashion. When it comes to listening to our music, everybody wants to listen to our music. But when it comes to watching Black streamers, it's radio silence. When it comes to Black people being invited to events, it's radio silence. Unless it's what they can give to you. Right? Black people aren't invited to events unless they're Kai, and Kai can bring a lot of eyeballs and big numbers. Right? Black people aren't featured by Twitch unless it's, But to be fair, Twitch is getting better at that because, no spoilers. But like, they're coming for me, chat. They're coming for me. I don't know what's going on there. They knew I was spitting facts. They want to cut me off. But no, that's just the truth. That's just the truth. And that's why, right? It's difficult for everybody to grow on Twitch, right? This is not like a unique thing to Black people. It's difficult for everybody, even like a cis, white, straight male to grow on Twitch as well, right? But your identity adds an extra hurdle for you, right? Your identity adds an extra thing for you. These white women did actually seem to appreciate the music, at least. It's not even necessarily about the white women. That's the thing, right? It's not even about them. This has nothing to do with them, really. I'm not coming at them for enjoying Black music or Black culture or whatever. The problem is as a society, we all too often like to promote non-Black people for the mere act of engaging in Black culture. Right? All too often, we as a society see a non-Black person engaging in Black culture and we say, that's new, that's different, I like that. But when a Black person does that exact same thing, it's viewed in a different light. It's ghetto. It's ratchet. It's, you know, it's hood. You feel me? Which is why I think it's very interesting that, like, there's still chatters still like in Hassan's chat still don't like Jason. There are still a contingent of chatters who don't like Jason or whatever he does. But I do think chat is a lot more charitable to Jason than they are to, like, freaking Kai or whatever. You feel me? And I have issues with Kai. I have my problems with Kai as well. I don't think Kai is like the greatest streamer of the world. Not like as in, like, you know, the most unproblematic streamer of the world, right? But there's a lot of charitability given to Jason. You feel me? But Kai comes on screen, maybe even Speed comes on screen. It's like, you know, loud equals funny. It's why, how do people watch this? Rage is a better example, I would say. Yeah, like Rage. I think it's an interesting way to filter how people view certain people, or like black culture and just in general, because there's an association with black people who are engaging in black culture as being bad, right? Black person who's not engaging in black culture, you're fine, you're chill. You know what I mean? You're a black person who engages in black culture, bad, boo. So yeah, that's something that is an added layer to the conversation that, if I'm being real, nobody wants to have. Nobody wants to have. You feel me? Nobody wants to have this conversation about the idea of growing as a streamer being more difficult than for people of certain backgrounds or identities, right? Because you don't only have to get over your hurdle of your content being seen, right? You have to also get over the hurdle of people caring what you talk about. You know what I mean? You have to get over the hurdle of people relating to you. Because there's always, it's like the idea of representation in media. There's an idea that, like, as a black person, you have to be fine with relating to somebody who's white on screen because you don't see any good representation, but there's never any inverse, right? As a white person, you are allowed to get mad at a black Ariel, like the Black Little Mermaid, because like she's not white. It's like that concept. You feel me? As a black person, you have to see yourself in white people because that's all you have. But as a white person, you don't even worry about it. I mean, black person, go engage in white media somewhere else. You don't have to worry about seeing yourself in a black person or relating to a black person or whatever. So that is a thing that is there, and it does underscore and underline you feel me? The way people are or the way small streamers engage. You feel me?
I'm saying, and everything like that. Like example, like Marvel Rivals or like Fortnite. You know, Fortnite been trending for a little minute, or it's been very popular. I would say that. Yeah, it's popular. I ain't gonna say trending, but you know, like games like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you hop on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? You see people eating it up. You know what I'm saying? Like making like memes and doing this and doing that. Like they eating it up, like eating it up. You know what I'm saying? So like my personal opinion to y'all, man, like I wouldn't even like really be so hung up about like not having like the likes and views once you follow those trends. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because let's be real, I mean, like you gotta follow the trends, you know what I'm saying? You gotta follow the trends, you gotta just do that, you gotta do this, that, and the third, you feel me, to like really like blow up, you feel me? On like TikTok. Like for example, you know what I'm saying? But like Twitch, that's just gonna take time. And honestly too, like I mean I could give y'all some free game on like Twitch, free game on TikTok, You feel me? And everything like that, which I'm gonna just do that in this video. You know what I'm saying? Gonna make no separate video, you know what I'm saying, on that stuff, like how most like people be doing, which I might end up be doing that stuff, you know, if y'all want more like I guess in depth or anything like that. But anyways, free game for Twitch.
Does
So
all
free,
these stuff help guys to streaming and YouTube are frustrating because they ignore those aspects? Yeah. Like they act like either they just say, oh, just do this certain type of content and you can blow up or whatever, which again, what if you don't want to do that kind of content? That's whatever. It's either that or it's you know, this idea that like it's equal across the board. If a certain person makes a YouTube channel and starts at zero, and a certain other person makes a YouTube channel and starts at zero, and they do the exact same type of content, they'll grow at the same exact rate. And that's just not true. Especially on Twitch, where your identity plays a monumental role in how people view you. On YouTube, it's different. You know, on YouTube, I go through like an entire discography of people on the platform not knowing they're black. You feel me? But on Twitch, your identity plays a huge role in how people view you, right? It's like the first thing that they see or they notice once they tune into a stream. You know what I mean? And it does guide how they filter your content or what lens they filter your content through, right? And because there's something that's on, I don't think it's been written about extensively. I would love to see somebody do like a study on this. That I believe personally that in-group bias still exists online, right? People gravitating towards people that look like them still exist while in the digital sphere. You feel me? And because it still exists online, when you go into a space and you see somebody whose identity does not align with yours, you are more likely, I'm not saying you will leave, like, oh, black person, I'm leaving, right? But you are more likely to, or you have a higher likelihood of leaving that space than somebody whose identity aligns with that person. You know what I mean? In the same way that you tend to have or gravitate towards people that look more like you, have a shared experience, or have a similar experience than you have a similar experience of, right? You guys have similar experiences, usually. It's likely for that to happen as well. Maybe since the subconscious implicit bias, those things don't magically turn off because you got on the internet. Yeah. Right. And again, I'm not even saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that that is a thing that happens. But because it's a thing that happens, it's something that as streamers, especially if you are a large streamer, you have to be aware of. Because in the streaming industry, collaborations are paramount. You need to collab with people to grow. Right? You need to. You need to. But because unless there are certain instances that are made for small streamer growth, you have to have some baseline established following to even be considered for collaboration. And past that, if you have that baseline following, and getting over that hump is still contingent with your identity, right? There still exists a concept of the in-group bias, the implicit subconscious bias of gravitating towards people that look more like you, right? Or you have a shared experience to you. You know what I mean? There's a reason why the streaming landscape, barring the top 2 streamers in the world, looks the way it does. There's a reason why the events that you see for streaming look the way that they do. And there's a reason why growing on as a streamer is difficult for people of certain identities as well. Not even getting into dealing with like haters and stuff. That's a separate conversation. That's why I hate white streamers chats and knee-jerk reaction when anyone is white is on streamers always telling, especially when they don't address it.
Game, I would say, man, is just pretty much, I would say, stream games that are smaller in viewership. Maybe between about like 4 to like, I don't know, like 200, like 4K, 4,000 viewers to like, I would say to 1,000 views, you know, viewership or whatever in that game that you looking to stream. Because if you try to stream like a game like Fortnite, Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, Elden Ring, Call of Duty, like,
My take is this: do what you enjoy. Do what you enjoy. If you enjoy playing Marvel Rivals, play Marvel Rivals. You know what I mean? Despite everything I just said, you are most likely going to stick with it and be consistent with it if you're doing something you enjoy. If you look now, you see Marvel Rivals is trending, and you're like, I want to be a famous streamer and I want to make $1 million or whatever. Becoming a Marvel Rivals streamer is not going to get you to $1 million. You know what I mean? It just won't. Do you have any advice for getting back into streaming with struggling with motivation and feeling like my equipment isn't good enough? Also, Rivals can't run when I'm streaming. Do what you enjoy. Is probably the best advice I can give. Put your head down and stream games you enjoy. Build a community around you. A consistent 2 people is all you need to start with. It's people who keep coming back. Because again, Twitch is a game where it's I'm also
like, you know,
Twitch is a game where it snowballs, right? Your viewership snowballs. There's a reason why the larger number you have, the more likely you are to have a larger number, right? Because I'm at like 200 viewers, I'm more likely to get another viewer than somebody who is at 10 viewers. In the same way that somebody who's at 1,000 viewers is more likely than I am to get another viewer. In the same way that somebody who's at 20,000 viewers is more likely to get another viewer than the person at 1,000, right? So your goal is to make or get consistent viewership, and doing what you enjoy and building that community is the best way to do so. As you can see, like I just talk, I just yap. That's what I do. I cover politics sometimes, right? But like, this is what I enjoy doing. I'm not like the most successful while doing it. I do think that that's a consideration you can make. I have a community around me. I think we have good discussions, and I don't have any answers about how to grow past my position, because if I did, I would be there. I don't have any answers on how do you get to 1,000 viewers, concurrent viewers, right? Because I'm not at 1,000 concurrent viewers. You feel me? Right, I can tell you how to get to 200 viewers, because that's where I am. Right, but again, a lot of that's based on like a who you know thing. Right, and I don't think anybody has like a real answer. Your goal is just to get lucky, and you are more likely to get lucky if you stream longer. And the longer you stream, you will stream longer if you enjoy it. That's the method. That's the secret sauce. You need to get lucky. You're more likely to get lucky if you stream for a long time, and you're more likely to stream for a long time if you enjoy what you're doing. That's all I have. And anybody that tells you anything more than that is doing conjecture. They are projecting onto you what they did, and that may not be for what's the best for a small streamer.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like you're not gonna be discovered. You're just not gonna be discovered. So I would do that, and then like it's gonna suck because you're streaming because like most
viewers
games
when you were
are
watching The Military Recruiter, a bit Diddy Girl, a bit. I think it's not the best comparison, because like at that time I'm pretty sure the Arabs podcast was banned, and Denims was also banned, and so and this is a big problem that's something I'm dealing with. Right, is that because there are so many streamers on the platform, it's not necessarily a zero-sum game, right? But it is something to be aware of when you are dealing with being somebody's second choice streamer or third choice streamer or fourth choice streamer, right? There are chatters in here who don't come in here unless Denims is offline or Mike is offline or Gremlo is offline, right? Because they prefer watching them, right, than being in here. And that's just how it is. There are chatters who prefer being in here than being in those communities as well, right? That's just how it is. And so the most important part about being a streamer is trying to cultivate the first choice viewers, right? Viewers who would rather watch you than watch somebody else. And they may watch other streamers as well, right? But that's where the community aspect is. That's where cultivating that community comes from. I just prefer watching anybody over Sean. I mean, I get it, right? I get it. Like, people have their favorite. People have the things that they like to watch. People, like, I think it's kind of funny because, again, I've seen people who, like, have follow, like, Hassan on Twitter and, like, our Hasanabe heads who have me blocked on Twitter. I don't know what I did to these people, right? But I'm not everybody's cup of tea. That's just what it is. I feel like you see the shift most when the song logs on. Yeah, everybody sees the shift most when the song logs on. It's not even just a me thing, right? Me, Mike, Gremlo, Denims, freaking Little Bear. And Little Bear doesn't even like talk about politics like that, right? We all see a big shift when a song goes live because Hassan is a lot of people's first choice viewership, right? Hassan is the number one of when a song like goes live. Like, chatters who are here right now, we'll go watch a song when a song goes live in like 15 minutes, right? That's just how it is, right? But cultivating an audience of people who have you as their first choice viewers. So no matter who is live, Hassan, Gremlo, Mike, Denims, Brett, freaking, like, doesn't matter who's live, that they still choose to watch and engage with you. You know what I mean? And that's what your goal should be. And that's why you cultivate a community. Right? And this is why, like, talking about drama specifically is not going to get you there. Right? Because if you build a community, right? Take the snarkers for Ethan Klein. Right? If I build a community of only H3 snarkers, guess who their favorite, or guess who's not their favorite? Guess who their number one streamer is, chat? It's not me. It's not Hassan. It's Ethan. You know what I mean? If you build a community of people who just hate Destiny, their number one streamer is not Hassan. It's not me. It's Destiny. You don't want to build a community or like bank on having hate watching viewers watching you, because when you go live the next day, guess where they're at? They're back watching Ethan. They're back seeing what Ethan does. They're on to the next person who's watching Ethan again. Right? And it's not like a dig or a diss or whatever, right? But that's the point is as a person who's building a community, when you build a community specifically around drama, right? We build a community specifically around talking about or hating on a specific person. When you don't do that, and somebody's only, all they want to see is about that specific person, they're not going to watch you anymore, right? Not to be, you say, like, no, never talk about people who are bad, right? It's not to say never talk about Ethan or whatever, or never talk about Destiny, right? But more understanding that using that to have or serve a specific purpose, right? To build and cultivate your own community, as opposed to just like using their name to like farm, having a high view count. Yeah, I could have, freaking 2,000 people watching me, 1,000 people watching me, if I just watch Ethan all day. If I just dunk on Asmongold or whatever, sure, that could be the case. I would probably sit pretty at like 500 viewers, consistently. If I go live, watch the H3 podcast all the way through, dunking on Ethan, right? Watch Asmongold, dunk on Asmongold some. Watch Destiny, dunk on Destiny. I'm sure 500 people will watch me consistently, right? If I do that, right? But I know that one, that's not what I want my output to be. And two, that there's no longevity to that. The stream where we were covering H3 and there were like 2.4K viewers, which is a stressful chat experience, to be honest. That make you your only or main content, because as soon as you stop doing those things, those people leave. Yeah. No stream I did, not gonna lie, watch you for your takes, not for drama. right? And again, I'm not coming for chatters who are in here for drama, right? Like I'm not. I understand it. I get it. When somebody's talking about drama, I tune in a little bit. Even if I would be like, okay, I would be playing a game right now, but like this person's talking about drama, let me see what they're saying, right? I am a part of the problem, if you will. But I also watch streamers when they do their normal stuff. There are streamers that I enjoy to watch as well. Right, so this is why I don't come for like me not being somebody's top chatter, right? Or their top streamer or whatever. Now, the fact that there was a single person, there was one person who had me as their number one on Twitch, on the Twitch review, the Twitch recap, I do think that's a problem, right? That means that I'm doing something incorrectly to capture people's eyes. That there was a single person who had me as their number one. So that's something that I have to figure out what the issue with there is, right? What do I need to change about my content or my commentary? Do I have to bleach my skin white? Do I have to use a white VTuber? What do I need to do to change that? But there is the truth that when a song goes live, chatters will watch that. When other one of my friends are live, there are chatters who prefer to be there than in here. And how do I grow a community of people who prefer to be in here as the number one and prefer this space and this community and what I have to say over everybody else? Shrug. I don't know. It's something that I have to think about as a streamer. But we shall see what the year provides or where the year goes. Right? Because again, I think it could also be my content. But I don't do politics very much at all, actually. Like I do politics for a specific purpose. Like I don't cover I don't do news. That's the answer. I don't do news. So like if you're a chatter who wants to get like the news, like you want to wake up in the morning and be like, I want to engage with news, you're not gonna get that from me. Right? You will get that more from Mike or from Gremlo and from Hassan. And so I understand if that is you as a chatter, why I would not be your like number one streamer. Right? And that only means that I have to cultivate an audience. I have to find other people either on the platform or elsewhere who want to engage with politics and maybe don't want to engage directly with like news content. So I don't know. I love really back feel, but I enjoy Hassan's stream feels a bit more silly and fun. Yours feels more serious. Really, Hassan's stream feels more silly and fun than my stream is, and mine feels serious? That's kind of crazy. I do think Hassan can get away with doing more stuff. Hassan can get away with more variety because he just has a higher base threshold of viewers. You know what I mean? Like Hassan can get away with playing like the Korean dating sim game and like doing more gaming and stuff. Because when he does those things, he may drop a third of his viewers, but that's 30,000 to 10,000. You know what I mean? That's 30,000 to like 15,000. And that's still like more viewers than like 99.999% of the platform. Right? If I do it, I go from being like 250 viewers to like 50. And I have a lot more to lose by being more experimental in my content. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like the issue. That's kind of the problem. You feel me? I don't think you're much more serious. I think you also can't entirely be more silly than you are. And that goes back to the BS of having the combat because you're not white. That's also true. He also knows what his target is. He does have a background to figure out what works for him. He's also been doing this for a lot longer than I have. He's been doing this for like 4 years. Right? I've been here for a year and a half. And so it's not an entirely fair comparison because we're comparing somebody who's been on the platform for like half a decade to me being here for like just over a year. But there are things that we can look at and work towards. You have better media literacy than Hassan too. That's the edge for me. You can do Hassan's One Piece updates, but you can never do Power Ranger streams. True. Just think about it. Gaming is kind of like a service. Politics is the concert. Gaming is the after show. I think it's because Hassan has more consistent schedule where everyone knows its stats with his personal update, news, variety / reacts. I mean, it's true, but again, he can get away with doing this more than like I specifically can because I don't have the news section. I could talk about news. I could go live and cover like news updates, but I don't think people would come to me for that anyway. Feel me? One, because I don't want to do that, and two, I don't think people would come to me for that anyway. Because at that point, I still have to get over the hump of being a black voice, and there is truth to the idea that some people only want a black voice talking about black issues. You know what I mean? And not about like general concepts. Wouldn't you say that other black streamers are silly? For example, I prefer watching black comedians over white ones. It depends on your definition of what silly means. After Hassan opening Ego Hour, his stream is informative and entertaining for like 3 to 4 hours before he starts ranting, and then the fun's over. He does tend to go on tangents and rants, especially when chat gets into him. Guys, I love when you do news. News is just, it's so depressing. You know what I mean? The person who's remanded as equal hours. Like Kai and Speed don't take themselves too seriously, but are serious when about their work ethic. I think Kai and Speed are not the best barometer for like a normal streamer. You know what I mean? Like they are so outside the realm of like what is even normal for like even not even just being black streamers, but being streamers in general. They're not a good starting point for like as a streamer. You should do Kai or Speed, right? And again, I wouldn't even classify Kai and Speed as like silly. I would classify them as I classified them last year as spectacle, right? It's less about being silly and more about being a spectacle, lighting fireworks in your room, bringing a horse in, freaking doing backflips over cars. Like they do the spectacle very well. You feel me? They do the spectacle very well. And again, that's why I was saying that if you, as a black streamer, don't fall into that specific box of you must be a spectacle, because I think that there is a contingent of, I don't think it's all of, Speed and Kai's audience, but I think there's a contingent of white chatters who watch Speed and Kai because they are, they are a black spectacle. You know what I mean? It's they get to be a faceless chatter. They get to type the N-word in there a couple times, but they like Speed and Kai because they are a black spectacle, right? They are entertainment as opposed to like being like an actual like serious like content creator, if you will. They're entertaining. Their goal is to be entertaining, but like I think it's being entertaining is different than being like the entertainment, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it's a bit I'd rather 30-second clips, but I can't watch more than that. I think that they are very funny and they're very good at being entertaining. They also not my cup of tea. I'm also like 24 years old, so like maybe I'm not their age demographic. But I don't think it's fair to like look at a upcoming black streamer and say just be Kai. You know what I mean? Be Speed. Just do that. I don't think it's like sustainable for most streamers. And there are people who do try to do that. Right? I think Speed and Kai got away with it because they did it at a time where like there were worse people on the platform. Like Speed was not a great person, right? He had a lot of controversy. He said things that he definitely should not have said, right? And he was able to grow and learn from that because, like, he there was like Aiden Ross on the platform. So it was like, yeah, speed's bad, but like Aiden Ross just did this thing, you know what I mean? So he got away with it by being young and being able to grow and mature, and then he did grow and mature. And so now he has a huge audience, and now he's doing very grandiose content across the entire world. And now that's very difficult to replicate for like the average streamer, you know? I don't know. There's an interesting conversation about Speed and Kai specifically that I don't necessarily apply directly to like other black streamers. Is right, Sean. Hassan's parasocial, parasitic chat stream is toxic. Always trying to instigate trouble by posting misleading interpretations and other provocations. Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. I like sometimes I have to like start blocking people on Twitter because some people make their career about, you know, trying to stir up drama. Like literally like 2 days ago, chat. I don't know if you watched Hassan 2 days ago. I think another problem is just that chatters want to or are trying to be the funny one. Like they want to be Megaphonics, if you will. And I don't even think Megaphonics is that funny, not gonna lie. But they want to be somebody that Hassan knows the name of, right? They want to be Striker. They want to be Moldova Mamaliga. They want to be freaking. They want to be a known chatter, somebody that Hassan recognizes and acknowledges, and so they do that by thinking they're the funny one. So that one chatter who's like, "Oh, Shelter Rosebud," right? They want to be a known chatter, and so they'll try to get Hassan's attention, and in doing so, it will either be toxic, like that one chatter who like made Hassan quit gaming the day like, before he even started, or they'll try to be like I'm defending your honor against Destiny right now, Hassan. Please notice me type thing. Did you see that Ethan Klein said this about you? How dare he or something or whatever, right? Happened to Shelter. They haven't been around in a while. She got banned in chat for a little bit. I think she's back now, but she did get banned for like a week. Saying links to tweets and videos that have 12 likes, yeah. And it does kind of shift the mood. Guy's great. Had a great long story about trying to get his car up a hill. To have his neighbors help. Oh, that's kind of sick. Leave Rosebud alone. They said in Denim's chat that I think I permaed, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, really? Okay, now I'm gonna check that. Logs. Sheltered Rosebud. Oh, yeah, she got permitted. To be honest, I wouldn't go that far. I do think people like at Hassan too much. What was the final nail? Why can everyone share their fucking opinion, but I get yelled at? Now everyone is fucking bullying me. Trump is not charismatic. He is gross. He's only charismatic to bigoted people. And I think Hassan yelled at her, and he's like, "Why can't I share my opinion without getting yelled at? Why can everyone share their? Why can everyone but me share their opinion?" It's pretty funny. You guys saw how unhinged the chatter is by looking at their log and see where presenting the logs are adding Hassan. Yeah, yeah. If you couldn't tell, I don't add Hassan very often. Like, I'll like respond to chatters, but like I won't like add Hassan. I'll just type every now and then. Let me see. Last time I added Hassan. December 1st. I think he asked for his link. Okay, he asked for his link as well. Oh, and I told him this guy was a Nazi. Yeah, I don't add Hassan very much. Right? Now let's contextualize this to like Megaphonics. Oh, Megaphonics is opted out. Boo! Lame. Hey, I better that. Don't worry about it. You can't actually opt out. If you add Hassan enough, he will reward you with heaven. Yeah, I think people like add Hassan very much. Just like some people add Hassan for every message. And I'm just like, I don't think anything I have to say is that important. I'm gonna be real. Like, I know Hassan reads every message, and so if I type a message and Hassan wants to read it, he'll read it anyway. Or if he doesn't, like, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, we've gotten so far off of the topic of a discussion about being a black streamer. The VIP badge probably helps, but he reads every message anyway. Like, you can also highlight it, like, just, change it up a little bit. Highlight a message here, add him there, do this and that. But also, like, I think the VIP badge doesn't really help anymore because, like, Hassan doesn't read my messages anyway. If we're being real, he doesn't read my messages anyway.
Down there, far down there in Twitch, category and stuff like that, they're old games and people already seen them, and it's just like, damn, how I'm gonna go off of this shit? You know what I'm saying? Man, nah, bro. Like, just like pick a game that you think you're gonna like and everything like that.
I'm a serious adder. The only time Hassan reads my messages is when I don't add him. It's the dumbest I've ever written. Yeah.
But most importantly, just to have fun with it. You feel me? Now for TikTok, all right. So TikTok is basically, like I said before, the trends, bro. The trends. You just gotta follow the trends. So basically, all you gotta do, bro, is just like make a video. Example, I'm gonna use Marvel Rivals as an example because that's what I've been doing and stuff like that. So basically, you just like take Marvel Rivals. You know what I'm saying? Take a clip. Take whatever you think is pretty cool and everything like that. People gonna be, talking about, or just what you think is cool. Because let's be real, you create content that you think is cool. You feel me? Don't copy. Like I said, nobody.
He's right on this. This is actually he has good takes on this. I find streamers based on them playing games that aren't meta, like older games. I don't watch streamers as much as I used to. I used to get streamers from TikTok. But I'm not on TikTok anymore. It's probably why I don't see any streamers. Actually, when I rate people, sometimes me rating somebody is the first time I've seen them. So sometimes I'll rate people and I'll be like, oh, this person seems cool, and then I'll follow them or whatever. I think I've only watched political streamers.
But you take it, right? And then for your title, it could be like something like, I don't know, if it was like an Iron Fist video, just be like, I can see why they whooping feet, you know what I'm saying? I can see why Iron players, be whooping feet. And then so basically all you gotta do, it just like, go straight to the description and shit like that and everything like that. And then you just like put in the description like, I can see why people like be whooping feet with Iron Fist or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Something in relation to your title. You know what I'm saying? What you're trying to portray in the video. You feel me? And then in the hashtags and shit, do like a
Twitch is much more diverse than a decade ago for less than 700 viewers. At least for streamers. You could say diverse. I would say
Oversaturated is my answer. Is the word I would use. There are a lot of streamers who are like less than 700 viewers. A lot. You know what I mean? And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but like it almost makes it impossible to grow as a streamer because there are other streamers. Like you're not contending with a larger base of viewers, but like 10 times as large base of supporters. You know what I mean? Like, or like viewers. Wait, I messed that up. You know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Trending hashtags related to the video that you're doing, so that way TikTok can't actually categorize your shit because it's gonna be based off that title and your description and your hashtags, like hashtags you put in your description and shit like that. That's basically it, and then you just hope for the best. I mean, and also too, another little tip I would say to y'all is just like put like I would say like your topic of what you want to post into like the search bar. Don't do nothing, you know what I'm saying, as far as like click return or enter or whatever the fuck it is, you know what I'm saying? And you just pretty much just like see what other people been looking up and then just put that in your video. In the description. That's what I meant to say. Like, or you can just do all the hashtags based off of what people been looking up and shit. And there you go. You know what I'm saying? YouTube, I honestly don't know. I don't really spend time on YouTube. I just be watching it for like the big dudes, or I just be watching it, for like, information videos, things about God and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I be doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't really study YouTube like that and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And
that's interesting. Just being like, just being TikTok and Twitch. That's all right.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't recommend just doing TikTok and Twitch, especially because TikTok's getting banned. I say get on YouTube. I say if you're going to be on Twitch, if you're going to be a streamer, just post your clips on YouTube. Post them on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok. Cut down stream clips onto YouTube. You don't lose much. That's my advice for friggin' I don't even know, streaming.
Like frustrated and stuff like that, being back on that, I just kind of want to put my little nuggets in there and shit like that, as far as like Twitch and like the TikTok and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just like all I gotta say is as that frustration and stuff like that, just keep doing you. That's all I can say to y'all. I mean, there isn't nothing else that I can really put out there, because I myself is one of those smaller streamers, smaller content creators and shit like that. Seeing everybody like I said, like the big names and stuff like that be up there, or maybe even it don't even gotta be a big name. It can be like somebody that's actually seeing motion. You know what I'm saying? Just like, damn, like when is it gonna be my time? When I'm gonna shine? When I'm gonna do this? When I'm gonna, that's one thing too. Take breaks. Once you start being in that headspace, take a step back. Because this stuff can actually take a mental toll on you. Take a step back. Take a step back. You don't need to be all up in this thing. You need to have just that online presence, and you need to have a presence outside.
Okay, sorry. I saw this tweet. I think it's kind of funny. Oh, no, this isn't even a tweet. How did it? What? I clicked on this tweet. What? It's not even changing. What? Copy link. Okay, I'll copy the link, I guess. That was weird. This is a tweet. You can't use YNs if you're not black. Are you crazy? Who has that one cutie? Who has that one Fearan clip? Would it be out of pocket for me to add cutie? No sound? Bro. The Fearan copyright claim? Bro, please just let me give me the clip on YouTube. Thank you.
What's Ute?
Like a Ute, like a
ways Ute.
Yeah, like you call them YNs in 2024.
I have no clue these words you're saying to
No
me.
one here calls them YNs.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's
We do
that
not-
YN?
That's like it's a young.
Am I saying something bad?
So technically, you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my god! Don't say that! We gotta cut that out! Oh my god!
Well, there you have your. Hey, you have your.
This is so funny. Can we cancel Hassan for ruining Unk yet? To be fair, Hassan himself alone did not ruin Unk. Twitch culture ruined Unk. I'll say Twitch culture ruined Unk. But okay, speaking on this clip, I think it's actually kind of. I think this clip is actually kind of relevant to the discussion we're having here, right? This clip is kind of relevant to the discussion we were having here, right? This is why having black streamers in your collaborations is so beautiful, right? And why you should do it, because isn't this clip so much better, right? So much better having like the presence of a black person during the creation of this clip, right? It is cross-cultural exchange, right? And it works out so well. It works out so well when you have this it's an example of Cutie learning something about black culture and it happening in a comedic way, right? And this is why that exchange, that cultural exchange, works very well. And I would argue this is also why, like, there's a lot of good like comedy that you can do with this scenario, right? When you have this cultural exchange. Example of this is like Sidion in Offline TV. Sidion is like the only black member of Offline TV, but there's a lot of comedy that can be done about there being this like mix of cultures, right? Like you have the experience, like in the lived experience of a black person in a space where like there aren't that many black people, and there's an interesting exchange there. These people like growing, learning about other cultures, and a lot of comedic effect could happen with that as well. Also, racism also does happen. This is true, but it's better than like no black people or no diversity in these spaces at all. You know what I mean? It's an interesting conversation about acknowledging that there is a disparity there and potentially also can I clip this okay, somebody send me this specific clip so I can post it on Twitter. Okay, no, I won't do it. But I could do it. It'd be so funny. Oh, it'd be so funny. I think it would bang. I think it would bang. It would bang. It would be so funny. Racism comes up, it could be a good opportunity to teach and show members, teach the show members and the audience, which has happened actually, like last year in December. You going on Fear in this year, Sean? Maybe. I think a big problem is a lot of streamers don't necessarily want the responsibility of like putting on a smaller streamer. I think Nick is a good example of somebody who like is like, I don't really care. Like he'll like, you know, he'll put people on. He puts people on all the time. But most streamers don't want the responsibility of like putting people on and shouting people out. And it's mostly about I'm gonna take them on the stream because I'm not talking about them specifically. But it's mostly about like what can you bring to my space? And because it's very much of a not necessarily self-centered, but it has like the perspective of from their perspective, they see what can you offer my space, And because of that, you see a lot of people not taking chances on smaller streamers. That's kind of the point I was making, right? You have people, like a lot of larger streamers who are like, I don't think you can add much to my space. Therefore, I'm not going to bring you in. And therefore, you have a less likelihood of people growing. And why people didn't collab with Cinna when Cinna had like freaking 500 viewers, except for like, the Austin space, right? But then when Cinna cracked freaking 1,000 viewers, I know, I'm saying outside of that space. But when Cinna cracked 1,000 viewers, right? 2,000 viewers, 5,000 viewers, and like collab with AMP, then Cinna got brought into the LA streaming space, the Pogger space, and started having collabs with that space as well, right? But the truth behind that timeline is that somebody had to take a stamp. Somebody had to step outside of their comfort zone. Somebody had to take a chance on that smaller streamer in order for that person to even be at that position where other people are going to collab with them now, right? A lot of the time when it comes to like collaborations, you just need one person to bring you into the lobby. You know what I mean? You need to have like an event happening and one person brings you in. You need to be the lobby fill, if you will, so that everybody else feels comfortable with you, so that they then invite you to other events with other people, so that then you then grow as your as a platform. This is something Cuties talked about in a Wine About It episode with Fan. Right?
I miss getting my body licked.
What?
Like by like dogs. They don't lick my I think like after Streamer Awards was when my PC stream started doing better.
It's like there's this weird, it's not weird, I think, well, it's a mix of weird and a mix of like it has to exist, a necessary, weird and necessary level of like gatekeeping in the industry, because I can't tell you how many times that I've become friends with people and they've just burned me, right? Like,
yeah,
like awful shit, or you find out they are actually an awful person, because on the internet you can only learn so much about someone. It's not like you went to freaking college together and you saw them every Saturday and you know that they didn't murder anyone, right? Like sometimes you get surprised by this stuff, and so sometimes it's like seeing someone else take that gamble.
It's fairly analogous to any other way of trying to build a career in the entertainment industry. Caroline talked about this before. Yeah.
Knowing like, oh, that person's chill.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like I think that's kind of like
what Cutie literally just said.
Surprised by this stuff, and so sometimes it's like seeing someone else take that gamble and then knowing like, oh, that person's chill.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like I think that's kind of like something that I think I try to help with, where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to include more people that maybe we don't interact with, like we as in like, the friggin' poggers community or whatever the fuck you want to call us.
Yeah.
And be like, I think this person's funny from everything I've seen, let me include them, and then based on that, it feels as though other people will start like, oh, they're safe.
Like they're not a weirdo.
That's what I've noticed. At least.
That's like basically what you did for me.
Like, yeah, that's what he's describing, exactly what I was talking about as well. Again, the problem then comes in when you have a situation where, again, implicit bias breaks in. You are more likely to bring in people who have some sort of shared relation to you, right? Somebody who has some sort of shared identity to you, more likely, not always, but more likely. Because of that, these spaces oftentimes reflect what is already at the top streaming space. You know what I mean? And so if you have a group of people who are like all white and they all bring in one person, it's more likely that they all bring in somebody who is also white. Maybe they won't. Maybe one person brings in a black person, right? But that's the general concept. But if that one person brings in a black person, that black person is more likely to bring in somebody who is also black than those white people bringing in other people as well. I was also thinking about that earlier, how some streamers are maybe hesitant to bring in smaller streamers on in case they have some bad skeletons in the closet. Yeah, that is true. And it is a fear as a streamer you have to think about and you have to worry about being burned by a streamer or them getting canceled or whatever. But it also doesn't necessarily change the reality of the conversation. I mean, the growing as a streamer is dependent on who you know, luck, and to a certain extent, your talent and content, obviously. You're going to be limited by industry bias and prejudice, yeah. Find about Deem from Nick.
I think.
Yeah,
cool.
or sometimes the opposite direction where, you know, I test
And,
out on
and that's the reason why you see, why you will often see the same people at like different events, right? Because a lot of times people, like streamers, don't want the stress of taking a chance on somebody and then potentially being burned by that person. And so it's simultaneously not, and this, again, it's what Ludwig talked about in this. He said when he thought about doing a speedrunning event, he's like, I'm friends with speedrunners. I'm just gonna ask my friends. And his friends just all happen to be white speedrunners, right? Like, that's how you end up getting, you know, a space that is less diverse or inclusive than it could be, right? Because at some point, somebody needs to be like, okay, I'm going to bring in somebody who doesn't look like me, whether implicitly or explicitly, needs to realize and understand that bias, change the space around them so that it looks different, and then bring in people who look different than they do, right? At some point, somebody needs to do that, right? And a lot of people are waiting for it's like the kind of like the bystander effect. A lot of people are waiting for somebody else to do that and to be that person. And nobody wants to be that person for themselves. You know what I mean? For the space. To a certain extent, I get it. I understand. Because as a streamer, you want to, I said this before as well, as a streamer, you want to play games with your friends, right? As Ludwig doesn't want to be the person who's like worrying about fixing the diversity issue in the streaming landscape. Ludwig wants to do an event with his friends. He wants to play games with his friends. That's what he wants to do, right? That's genuinely what you see with like streamers. They want to play games with their friends. Also, why is he doing like the soy jack meme with the pointing backwards? Anyway. But again, it doesn't change the fact that that is still something that just needs to occur at some point from somewhere. And you know, no time like the present.
I just thought he didn't want me. No, definitely wanted Laura. Laura's a great speedrunner. So, you know, I'm not trying to sit here and tokenize and be like, yeah, I got this fucking woman and this black dude and also this Asian guy. Like that's cringe. I don't need to tokenize the people who are going to my event. It is not all white dudes, okay? There are a lot of white guys. That is fair. But that's just because I asked people who I knew personally who are like speedrunning creators, and a lot of them happen to be white. And I wasn't going through like I'm a fucking admissions board saying, sorry, man, we hit our white quota. We can't allow you, Point Crow. All right, man, it's just not going to work out for you. I didn't do that. But safe to say, there are many more people than just white dudes attending. And a lot of people are also...
I think it's super important when you're planning a major event to be mindful you are creating something seen by a large audience and have some responsibility for your choices. I don't know. I don't disagree.
Upset that they weren't included in the graphic and they were relegated to and more. And the simple reason for that is because I'm still working on getting everybody in the schedule and in the event. I will be honest, I was a bit of a size queen, so I put a lot of the larger creators there because that'd be a bigger poll. But I also know a lot of these people, so I was able to reach out to them, as opposed to people I didn't know who I had to reach out to, get contact information with, and it was harder to confirm them as opposed to like Charlie, who, very cool for me, I can just message on Discord. So I hope that makes sense, but that's why the graphic didn't include people who...
Furian with RDC would go crazy. And I don't think Furian would be like against it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Furian would be like, I'm not going to have RDC on. Right? RDC was featured at the Streamer Awards. But again, the problem is RDC went and made their own. Right? RDC is like Kai in that way. Right? So I don't think it's fairly like a fair comparison to like the normie black streamer to like RDC or to Kai, because they were not necessarily included in like the mainstream space. They grinded, they made their own space and became very popular in their own space. And how much of the collaborations, like, or seeking collaborations with Kai or Speed or RDC now is done out of, you know, trying to grow the space that we are all currently in, and how much of it is done because of what's it called? Like because they have access to a different audience that you want to have access to. You know what I mean? And like I don't think anybody's coming for Fearan. Like I love Fearan, right? Because obviously I'm not coming for like Hassan or Will or Cutie or Austin or Mars or anything. But more just understanding or contextualizing the conversation about black streamers going off, getting their own, right? Making their own space, becoming very successful in their own right. And then only once they're successful are they then like allowed to be in the mainstream space and be like a part of the collaborations and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that like people are like they were explicitly excluded from the space, and then now that they're clouded, people are like, I want to collab with them now that they're clouded or whatever. And that's what people are saying, like explicitly. I'm just saying that that is a theme that exists even outside of the streaming landscape. Think about like black billionaires, right? This is something that I hate Jay-Z, but he talked about that I don't think he's necessarily wrong about, right? In that black people historically were, I just had a seizure. What did Autobot say? But historically, like black people being excluded from a space, going then making their own, and then, right? And then after like making their own success in their space that they've created, to only then being allowed in the mainstream space, the mainstream industry. You know what I mean? Like there is some truth there. There's some historical precedent for that, and how much of that is held over when talking about the streaming landscape is the general question. Whew. Yeah, that's my take. Let's finish this video off. I've been yapping for a while. But where'd it go?
I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but
Wait, where'd it go? Did I close it by accident? Oh, I did.
Yeah, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Do trending hashtags related. Another little tip I would say, like, see what other people been looking up. If I just be watching it for like the big dudes, or I just be watching it, you know, for like, you know, information videos, you know, things about God and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I be doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't really feel like that as far as there isn't nothing else that I can like, you know, really put out there, because I myself is one of those smaller streamers, smaller content creators and shit like that. Seeing everybody like, you know, like I said, like the big names and stuff like that be up there, or maybe even it don't even gotta be a big name. It can be like somebody that's actually seeing motion. You know what I'm saying? Just like, damn, like when is it gonna be my time? When I'm gonna shine? When I'm gonna do this? When I'm gonna, you know. That's one thing too. Take breaks. Once you start being in that headspace, take a step back. Because this stuff can actually take a mental toll on you. Take a step back. Take a step back. You don't.
It is frustrating, and it's something you will, if you are a creator, you will have to deal with, and that is like mental health, because you will get frustrated seeing like your peers and people get opportunities that you think that, you know, would be great for you. And you're like, why is this not me? Or seeing your growth be stagnant. It's something that I deal with. You know what I mean? I'm like, I wish I had this number, and I wish I had this many viewers, and I wish I was this, and I wish I was there. I wish I was doing this. I wish I was doing that. You know, when is it going to be my time? Like, am I stagnant or am I growing at a slow pace? It's a lot to try to deal with and juggle and tackle. Especially if you're like, you get past the position of being like a new creator, because as a new creator, you give yourself a lot of leeway, right? You're like, oh, this is my first video. I just started. Oh, you know, this is my first month streaming. You know, I just started. So of course I'm going to be small. And so you give yourself a lot of leeway when it comes to just starting. But once you've been in it for like a year or 2 years, and you're still not seeing growth that you think you should be seeing, or you're not seeing growth that you want to be seeing, you don't have that excuse anymore. Like, you're like, oh, well, this is my 5th video and it's still not doing well. And oh, this is my 10th video and it's still not doing well. And oh, I've been streaming for a year and I'm still not doing as well as I want to be doing, right? What am I doing wrong? What can I do differently? And so it's something you have to come down on the same part of the video again. No shade. I didn't say this last time though. I did pause it right here. But this is something I have not spoken on because I was talking about something totally different. Yeah, I think the marketing guy has the secret sauce. Yeah, he said he's on day 18. He's like has $500. So yeah, it's secret sauce indeed.
Be all up in this thing. You need to have just that online presence, and you need to have a presence outside in the world. You feel me? As far as like your life, your personal life, your families, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Friends and stuff like that. If you don't got none of that, you know what I'm saying? Because I know somebody in the comment section might be like, oh God, no family. Oh God, no, you know what I'm saying? Friends and shit. Bro, just do you. You feel me? Like, just learn about yourself. Do something. Read a book. Something. You know what I'm saying? Watch
Read
your
a book
favorite
is
show,
crazy.
something. Do something that you enjoy doing. That's the thing too. Do things that y'all enjoy, you know, doing and stuff like that. And that's what I'm doing and everything. Just
I
doing
do
things
that. No,
I
he's
enjoy
chill.
doing. You feel me?
I don't think he said
And
anything
if,
wrong.
Like, if you like something that is, you know, like pretty trending, you know, and or it's oversaturated and stuff like that, and you want to keep posting that stuff, I would say your best friend ain't gonna be Twitch though. Your best friend is gonna be like TikTok. Real talk.
Okay, bad take. Sorry. He was chilling until he said that. Bad take, bro. Dog. TikTok is getting banned in a week. Don't get on TikTok. Don't listen to him, bro. Don't get on TikTok. There is no evidence TikTok is gonna be around. You don't want to start up on TikTok. You don't want to start crafting content and stuff and start like looking at TikTok trends, looking at videos of how to grow on TikTok. You got a week. I'd say stop. Just don't. Maybe not Twitch. Maybe he's right. I wouldn't do TikTok.
Best friend gonna be like TikTok or YouTube, for real. But that's kind of what I want to say to y'all.
Honestly, we're at a sorry state of platforms, chat. We are at a sorry state of platforms. Like, if TikTok is gone, you literally only have YouTube. That's it. Instagram Reels sucks, and it's not a creator-focused platform. It's just not. You can try it, but it's not a creator-focused platform. Instagram and Facebook are too IRL, if that makes sense. They have too much of an association and connection to the real life. Your real name is attached to your Facebook, and your Facebook is attached to your Instagram. It's too public, right? That I think a lot of people are going to be wary of using it as a creative platform. TikTok is not going to get banned and American billionaire is going to buy it. TikTok is not going to sell it. They're not. Like, ByteDance is not selling TikTok, chat. They're not selling TikTok. There's no evidence to say that they're selling TikTok. They've already stated that they are not willing to sell TikTok. So unless something changes with the Supreme Court or something changes with the with ByteDance, it's gone. At least for some time. I just feel like America will bend the knee. It will not. Legislation has already passed. I don't think they can't stop it. You know what I mean? If the Supreme Court doesn't strike it down, it's going to happen. Unless Congress reconvenes and then writes new legislation to repeal the piece of legislation that they just passed. Right? The president can't stop it alone because it had bipartisan support. Can they just establish a new platform? There's probably something in the bill that says you can't do that. You know what I mean? Or it would be the same thing. You know what I mean? What are the new social media platform, young people? It's going to be YouTube. First of all, you shouldn't be on Instagram or Facebook anyway. Meta sucks, but it's going to be YouTube. My only hope is that Twitch grows. I hope people come to Twitch looking for more content and that I have my stream goes up. You know what I mean?
As far as the frustrations and shit like that, you know, that me and you face as far as like being a small content creator and being a small, you know, like Twitch streamer, you know, or just streamer, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I just wanted to say that to y'all and everything. But I'm gonna say it, like, comment, and subscribe, you feel me? If y'all
Oh, I didn't say that in my video. Gosh darn it. I didn't say like, comment, and subscribe one time. I'm a bad YouTuber.
First off, don't ask about my outfit.
I'm a bad YouTuber. Time to repost? I might. I mean, it's not doing like fantastically. Wait, no, I do say it at the end. Glasses off for this. We have to stop supporting Black on YouTube. Only winners. This is why you should follow Shauna Black on Twitch. Subscribe to Shauna Black on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter too, I guess. I don't freaking use my Twitter like that. Give me money. That's what that's actually a call to action. But yeah. I watched the W video. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you watch my video too if you haven't seen it yet, chat. Did it play in the background or something? I don't freaking know. It took me too long to do. If the video flopped, I'm deleting my YouTube. Confirmed. I want some food, bro. I have some apple pie in there. I'll make some apple pie or something. But yeah. Oh wait, it is Biden's last week in office. I have to actually watch it. I had to play on another tab, but I haven't listened to it. Watch it multiple times and glean new knowledge. Let it play back on repeat in the background. True. True and based and real. I don't know. I don't know. That's my thoughts on the streaming landscape. I'm not gonna lie. It is a bit demoralizing. I get what he was saying. I'm like, I want to grow. I want to, you know, like because as a streamer, there's nothing much you can do. There's not much you can do as a streamer, chat. Like, sure, you can talk about different content. Sure, you can like get a new camera, get a new microphone, but like your content is your content. And whether or not people like it and resonate with it and decide to watch you is like kind of out of your hands. YouTube is a different thing. You can like get better editing. You can pick a better video topic, better thumbnailing, better titling, and stuff like that. And that's like your goal for YouTube is to get your video to a wide audience of people who don't subscribe to you to make them subscribe to you. But there's no discoverability on Twitch. So it's just about people tuning into your live stream and deciding whether or not they want to stay or not. Most people decide that they don't. That's just kind of how it is. Right, for every streamer. Like the amount of people coming in and out of stream. You can tell by like the VOD views, you know? And if I go here and I go to my VOD, like 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, 1.5, 4.1, 5K, 2.4, 3K, 7.8K, 3.6K, 3.8K, 4.7K, 3.7K, 7.2K, 4.6K. This one had 10K, 8.9K, 5.8K, 8.8K, 6.7K. This one had 37K. That was pretty good. I guess it's not terrible, I guess. No, see, okay, this is the problem. See, 2 months, like, or a month ago and 2 months ago, 12.7K, 9.2K, 14.6K, 16.3K, 20K, 21.8K, 11.9K, 15.2K, 12.5K, 23.7K, 16K. Like, I saw a huge bump in views in this time, and it's been slowly petering down to the point where I'm getting like 6K. That's where I'm maxing out, right? And so this was during like drama time, so it's not like the best comparison, right? But I don't want to talk about drama, bro. I don't want to talk about drama every single day. Content. It's drama content. It's drama content on top of Denims and the Arabs content or Arabs podcast being banned, and so it's like a consolidation of viewers. Pretty much all content I watch on Twitch is because of Pokey. As 80% of the people I watch is because collabs with other streamers. Yeah. And so it's tough. It's tough, especially if you're not bringing in your own audience from another platform. Even with collaborations, becoming that like number one streamer for that person, it's tough. It's freaking especially when you have like people who like leave immediately when a song goes live. Like, I don't know if you can get those people. That was election time, so if that helped, it did not help. Not me, at least. Like, my number didn't go up substantially over the elections. Again, because people don't come to me for political talk, or for direct like news coverage or whatever. Yeah, maybe that's a me thing, but like, it is what it is. Is what it is. For some people that want to watch news all day, that was me before. Does that be a bad time to leave? I mean, you can do what you want to. I'm not gonna like force you to stay here or whatever. I was drawn to you for nerd stuff. To be honest, I need to do more nerd stuff. Maybe. I am a firm believer that there's an audience for everybody out there. And I just have to find the people. You know what I mean? The hardest part about Twitch is finding the people that are my audience. Because even with collaborations, you can collab with somebody consistently and get nowhere because you just don't have the correct audience. You feel me? To the point where like you get rated a bunch from like consistent people, but like if you don't have the same audience overlap, those rates don't matter. Because the content's different. It's too different for the audience that you're getting to resonate with. And so you have to find the audience that resonates with your content. Right? And collabs help you get your content out there to more people so that the people that it does resonate with come back to you, but they don't fix the issue of finding the resonative audience. You know what I mean? That's the thought process, at least. But it is, I will say, like, just because as a streamer, you kind of have to look at your numbers. But like when you look at your numbers and you see this, it's it doesn't feel good, right? When you see the red arrow, it doesn't feel good, especially on Twitch where you're like, what do you do about that? How do you fix that? I mean, yeah, this can go up if I talk exclusively about drama. You know? But like I don't know. I don't have an answer. If I had an answer for you, then I would do it. And I wouldn't be,
down freaking 24% viewership in the last week, or down 48% viewership in the last month. You know what I mean? I don't have an answer. It's understandably frustrating, especially when you put out very consistently high quality content. Your community is great. I don't think that's like my problem. My problem is just particularly just that I know that people have a choice to like watch me or watch somebody else, and they choose somebody else, and you don't know why. You know, there is a reason why people who follow you choose to watch somebody else over you, and it may not even be your fault. You feel me? It may be something outside of your control, but you just don't know why. You too toxic for new chatters? I don't even think so. I think we're like less toxic than we were like a month ago. I'm gonna be real. So I need to be one of the people who starts sticking around more because I don't want to be one of the viewers that is just looking for familiar noise until a song goes live. Who chatters are the toxic ones. Yeah, again, I'm not coming at people who are like, I'm like their second or third or fourth choice. For some people, I'm not even a choice at all. So for some people, like, they will never watch my stream, right? Even if people raid me, they will leave immediately, right? Sometimes it's, you know, the content that I'm doing, right? Because I remember I told you about this before, but there was some times where one of my friends was talking about raiding me, and I opened up their stream because I was going to rate them, and I saw chatters being like, "Don't rate Sean, he's playing Valorant," or whatever. Like, sometimes it's the content that I'm doing. Sometimes some people just might not like me, right? You live in the world, chat. Like, people aren't gonna like you. I was like, as fuck, yeah. And I remember. I'm not gonna like. I don't air people out. I don't air out chatters or whatever. But there are people who are, you know, maybe they think they're funny. Maybe they think that people are never going to see it, but I do remember people who do stuff like that. You feel me? In the same way, like the one freaking dude I was talking about like last week. You feel me? Like when people move weirdly in this space, I may not say nothing about it, but it does shift or shake how I view you. You know what I mean? It does shape how I interact with you when you do stuff like that. But I'm not gonna like air out dirty laundry or whatever. But yeah, it's just something that you know you have to think about. And also, there's the very, very, very dark side of it that people don't necessarily like to talk about, and that's, you know, that's quitting. You know, at a certain point, I'm a firm believer of sometimes you got to call it. Right now, I'm not at that point. Right? If I look at my graph, right now, I'm currently not at the point where I'm going to call it, but at a certain point, if it becomes, you know, less advantageous of me to do this, I have to stop it. You feel me? If it becomes more, if I'm putting in more time than I am receiving like the benefits of, you got to call it. I think a lot of people are scared to do so. I think a lot of people are, what would you do if you move on from streaming? I'll probably do my other job that I have right now for about a year. And go back to school afterwards. Then I'll teach. Right, but I think a lot of people are scared of calling it because of, I mean, like 20,000 followers is not nothing.
especially on Twitch, right? Being like rank 8,000, it's not nothing, especially on Twitch, right? It's a lot of work that people put into being a streamer. And it is, it's very hard to like basically throw all of that work in the garbage, right? By quitting. But sometimes you have, or you could better serve your community or whatever your purpose on earth is. Like maybe this isn't it. And I have to think about that. If I continue to stream and I, grow stagnant, or even worse, if people stop watching for whatever reason. That is something that I have to consider. It could just be your break too. There's nothing wrong with actually going through the process to see what's actually good for you personally. Yeah. Again, I do think a lot of people are scared of that concept. And it's not something that particularly scares me. Because I'm blessed enough to like have another job and have a fallback plan. I have loving parents who have a house that I can go back to and live at if I freaking can't afford rent or whatever. And it's not something that everybody has access to, but that's the way I approach my decision-making process. Right? I have a degree, and so I could get a job, like a normal person job. That's a privilege that I have that other people don't have access to. I could go back to school, and that's a privilege that I have that other people don't have access to. If you scale back, you could just do the YouTube videos. If I felt like that was worthwhile, right? And if it is or is not worthwhile, I do not know, right? But just no, I'm not at the point yet. I'm not at this point yet, right? But it is something that I do consider. I do think about, right? Because it does take up a lot of time, chat. It's like 6 hours for like 20 out of 30 days. You feel me? That's 6 hours of my life, right? And like I'm not rolling in dough or whatever. You feel me? Now, if you are a more successful streamer than I am, I get chasing the money. I get chasing the bag. If you're at least 1,000 average concurrent viewers, makes sense to me. Why you would try whatever you can possibly to continue down that path, right? But I'm not like freaking rolling in dough. You have a very reasonable, mature mindset for this. I don't know. I think after I quit or took like a 2-week break, it stopped like directly affecting me. I mean, my 17 hour day, even for a minimum wage, I made doing anime work. But to be fair, I do end stream and then immediately start working. Like, I don't have much time to do much. I work from 6 a.m. to like 7 p.m. every day, essentially. And if I'm not streaming, I'm editing, I'm doing something, right? Not saying it's as hard as a 9 to 5. I would never say such a thing. Anybody who says such a thing is bad. They are a bad person. I would never say that. But I am saying that I do work, at least. It reminds me of my undergrad studying full-time, working part-time, and it drove me crazy. My undergrad was worse because I was streaming in undergrad. Like this time last year, no, actually, I had graduated at that point. Right? Like fall of 2023, I was a full-time student. I had an internship. I had a part-time job. And I was streaming at the same time. That was rough. Right? So I would stream 4 days a week. I would work 3 days a week. And then I would have to have school. And then I had to work after school and after stream or work. It was really rough. It was really rough. But yeah, I don't know. I think I could benefit from doing collaborations. Again, I still run into the issue and the problem of seeing this number scares me when asking for collaborations. Because I'm like, why would somebody want to collaborate with me? I have 200 viewers. Like right now, I have freaking like a 160. You feel me? I don't feel like I have any much to offer somebody for a collaboration, even if they want to collaborate with me. That's something I have to try to get over. You feel me? Collaborate with interesting people with smaller viewership. I'm not against collaborating with smaller viewership people, right? But I am a firm believer that that's not going to help you like grow your stream or platform, right? Not necessarily that it's charity work, but it is not going to propel you into like growth. You know what I mean? And that's the unfortunate reality of it, which is why you don't see larger streamers often collaborating with a smaller streamer unless they're notable in their own right. It sucks, it's sad, but that's just why you don't oftentimes see it, right? And so it actually hurts larger streamers to do so, right? Because like, if you take Hassan collaborating with like a gaming streamer or whatever, Hassan numbers goes down. Alone, Hassan would be at 30K. Hassan collaborating with somebody doing gaming will go down to like 15K, right? And that general concept right? That general concept exists for the entire streaming landscape. You feel me? If you have like 5,000 viewers, if you collab with somebody doing really like any collab content is different than your normal content, your viewership number is going to go down-ish. And so unless that person has an audience that can supplement that viewership loss, it's not worthwhile viewership-wise to do that collab. Not saying you shouldn't do it. Not saying that it's bad. And not saying that I'm against it. I'm just saying that that's generally like why people tend to collaborate with people who are larger than them. You know? That's genuine, like generally the reason why. It's either you want to collab with somebody who may be smaller than you, but has a audience that can supplement that viewer loss, or somebody who's larger than you. And when you're my size, you want to collab with somebody who's like, you know, has a smaller audience than you. That's supplementing the viewership base may not be fully there. Even so, I noticed that when he switches to gaming on streaming and how his viewership goes down by like 33%. Yeah. Oh, does he go to the camp with Hassan? What's the camp? I think that would be a great collab with purpose. I mean, the concept with that I was talking about also still applies to like Hassan. Oh, the firefighting camp. Okay. You know what I mean? Like they're like genuinely like Hassan doesn't get much out of collabing with me. If I'm being entirely like honest, Hassan doesn't get much out of collabing with me. Right? I think because our content is similar, he won't lose that many people. Right? But I don't bring a supplemental base to supplement any viewership loss, unfortunately. I'm just not large enough. Right? But if I have like cool content idea, then or a cool content idea or a reason to do so, then it makes sense. Like when I collabed with Hassan before and we did the do-rag stream, that was a cool content idea, and it worked because a cool or a good piece of content was produced from that. Right? But outside of that, then I don't see like a reason for that. Which is also why I don't do a lot of collabs, because I don't have a lot of good ideas that I think would be worthwhile in my rampant inferiority complex. You know what I mean? But I will try to be better. And maybe if y'all watched League, I play some League games. But nobody watches League. Smaller, more local outreach with is also a possibility, like with orgs, and bring them up. That's not like outside of the realm of possibility. I also still don't think you guys would watch that. You know what I mean? Because like Twitch chatters don't oftentimes watch content that is different than what the streamer does, even if it's good content. Unless it's a collaboration and you have a combined audience. You feel me? Your two is a great collab opportunity. I think so too. I think again, my issue is just honestly, okay, you know what it is, chat? You know what it is? I'll be entirely real. It's a bit embarrassing to go to people who have said they wanted to collaborate with me, but they get thousands of viewers with 200 viewers. It's embarrassing. It's Denim's fault. Let's start beef. True. Right. It's like it's like asking your boss for a raise. A little bit. You know you're tight regardless of metrics. I feel you though. It's only embarrassing because you're showing up empty-handed. Not all the time. If they say they wanted to collab, would they mind? I don't know. Maybe. The thing about like people who say like what's the worst thing that can happen don't understand that like, you know, the world could explode. It's possible. Have you seen the movie Moonfall, chat? The moon could like fall to the earth, and that's bad. So like, have you considered that? Have you ever been rejected by a girl or a guy or a non-binary person? You feel me? Did they laugh in your face? They could have. They could have. They could have spit on the ground in front of you. It could have happened. All I'm saying is, you know, they could air me out publicly. Or they could just not respond. And that kind of hurts my heart too. Like, my best friend didn't respond to me, chat. He didn't respond to me. I literally, okay, this is what the reason is. I asked Tectone for a collab and he didn't respond. Twin ain't respond. I don't want to be done like Tectone did me, okay? No response? Twin. Hey, Twin, I'm sorry for leaving you on red. It was actually my birthday. Don't worry about forgetting you because I forgive you. Thank you for the stream. Shout out, by the way. Would love to collab with you next time I'm in Texas. He just didn't respond to this, bro. I said this like November 20th. Twin! This could happen to me, chat. This could happen to you. And after this, I vowed to never ask for a collab again. What if they leave me on red? I'm just saying. Should have ended with Tectone. I think is your new bestie. Plenty of fish in the sea, John. I mean, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. Remember Maya said she loves your voice and could listen to you all day? Okay, well, what if she hates me now? So have you considered that? Have you considered that? You never know how people feel about you, chat. When they're looking at you and they could say nice things to you, but they could be thinking bad things. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Can you use these analogies? You have a girlfriend? I'm sure she'll be fine. I'm sure she's okay with it. She watches the stream sometimes. She doesn't chat though, because she hates you guys. She said you guys suck. Take the Connery's pants approach. Oh, you're right. I did say I would do that. You're correct. I did say I would do that. I said I would do that this year. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. She said that you guys scare her. I'm not even joking. She said you guys scare her. Let's see. Connor. Hello? When did I say this? Or did I say it at some point? Wait, is Sharik Board gone off of Twitter again? Maybe he blocked me. No, it's supposed to have been deleted. He's still back on Twitter though. He's not said anything though. Sorry. I'm looking for a chat. I don't know where it is. I just said that Connor has a good mindset for collaborations. But yeah. Anyway, that's my response. Also, it doesn't help that I'm creatively bankrupt. So even if I had someone to collaborate with, I don't know what we would do. Because I feel like it has to be something cool, and if it's not cool, then like you guys won't watch, and then I'd be embarrassed in front of my friends. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be embarrassed in front of my friends. Okay, hear me out. You say you want to see collaborations. What if the collab is League? Go to Disneyland? You guys don't give me Disneyland money. I'm sorry. I don't know. I gotta think about what I would do. What would I do for collabs? Because it depends on the person. Okay, I'm gonna make a list of. I'm gonna make a list. I'm not gonna do it with you guys. I'm gonna make a list of all the people who I could collab with, who said they wanted to collab with me, and then I'll think about what we can do together. Art? I'm creatively bankrupt. I will say, February is going to be a good month for collabs. February will be a good collab month. That's going to be the Finance Pro Road. That's all created by Mr. Beast's channel. True. True. Why didn't I think of that? Get agency up to 10K a month. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that either. I think that's it. I know that will work for Twitch. Trying weird / unique foods is always a good one for collabs. The problem with in-person collabs is that I either have to go to where they are or they have to come to where I am. You know what I mean? And then I have to consider that. Also, I don't know if y'all would watch that. Okay, most of my problems comes down to like, I don't know how many of y'all would watch it. You feel me? That's kind of the issue. You guys have not proven yourself willing to watch any sort of different content than my normal content, which is kind of weird because my normal content isn't even like very strict. Do what you love. But again, if I do a collaboration with somebody, it's not even just about what I love. I don't want them to see like 15 viewers. You feel me? You know how sad it would be, chat, if I had freaking Jarvis on, right? And we're chopping it up or whatever, and there's like 15 people watching. Not saying that there will be, but if there could be, that would sadden my soul. And then he leaves. He's like, "Well, that sucked. I'm never gonna hang out with that person again." And then he hates me. Have you considered that, chat? How that would make me look? How that would make me feel? We're not getting 15 viewers. I could. Okay. When I played League for the first time, it got close. It got really close. I had like 30 people watching. So let's do that to someone else instead. Pokimane. Have you considered that it's you they enjoy being around? Well, I've never met Jarvis before. Maybe someday I will. One of these days. I do see it goes on Butterfly gets that dire. True. I didn't even think about that. I will say. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hassan plays Marvel Rivals. Right? There's an empty slot in the lobby. He's like, I have this super cool person who wants to be here. His name is Sean. He invites me in the lobby. I meet Senna. I meet Elam. I meet Miyang. I meet Valkyrie. I meet, who else did he play with? I don't even know if he played. I don't even know if Miyang plays Marvel Rivals. I meet Tina. Right? They love my vibe so much that they're like, we need him back. And then I become super, super famous. And then I buy a mega mansion. Is he right? Then they block you? That's crazy. Isn't Hassan like bronze 2? I'm silver 3. That's because I haven't played that much. You know what? Forget it. I have to prove myself now. I have to prove myself. I will say shout out YouTube chat, but you gotta go. Bye YouTube. Everybody say bye YouTube chat. Actually, you know what? YouTube chat can stay. I changed my mind. But YouTube chat should also go watch my video. They should watch it, and they should like it, and they should love it. Because I spent so much time on it, and if it doesn't do well, then I'm going to never make a YouTube video again. Confirmed. Confirmed! Listen again to my musical doodle. Thank you, chat, for watching my video and liking the video. Trying to stop it, but it's way too hard. Every time it plays, it's an electric charge. In case you guys can't see it. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. In case you don't believe me, where I'm starting at, we're starting at silver 2 actually. We're silver 2. So we're almost at silver 1 and then we'll be at gold. We are silver, oh, sorry, this 3, that's 3. I can't read. Whoa. What is it? Why is it like that? There you go. Let's just play. Like, you know what? We'll go into a quick match. Defeat enemies and collect objectives. What is this? Should I have where one person's blindfolded to try to win a league match like that? That's kind of funny. Also, I'm not that good at League. Also, I don't know anybody who's that good at League. We're gonna be chill.
Pick your hero.
Also, me playing League is basically me playing League blind. Doom Deathmatch is basically deathmatch from Valo. Oh, okay. I'll play Magneto.
No timeline exists.
Fear Magneto!
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wasn't Genosha on the moon? Any of my any of y'all Marvel chatters or comic book readers? No, the Inhumans are on the moon. Where's Genosha at?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Clear a path. Unless you wish me to clear your mind permanently.
Guess Psylocke, and you have a whatchamacallit? Hawkeye? They have their own Magneto. What?
It seems we have company
Oh, they have 4 now. Oh my goodness. What was that noise? Bro, where's my damage at? Woo! I have the healer though. I think our healers were dead.
My power cannot be quelled.
How did they take it? Unless they killed me. Fear Magneto!
Tandy needs help. Much better.
Got him.
Your attacks are futile.
Nice job. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, yeah, we cooked. Yeah. Honestly, we're getting team diffed. We're getting team diffed. Or sound like it's kind of garbo. Yeah. Or I sound like a ton of Garbo. No, I don't know how you can be Garbo on Psylocke. Like, Psylocke just hemorrhages people.
Charles dreamed of a safe haven for all mutants. At last.
You know, so I'm so bad at playing. No, Magneto's pretty good if you know how to do it, you know what you're doing. Honestly, I may, okay, they changed. They went Iron Man. Honestly,
Science.
Hulk.
I'm trying to make the data in me useful.
You were my Obajan's favorite singer.
When it's community game day, we never had one of those. You just made that up.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Pronunciation is so hard for surface dwellers.
I'm counting on you, friends. There they are. Spider mode.
Ah, okay. Adios. Ah! Okay, good job. Whoop. Whoop. Ah!
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Wow! Your powers are mine! Maximum!
Got him. Leave it.
Was just
Good job.
That face needs smashing.
Where you going? I don't. Oh. Okay. I tried to press Q. I pressed E by accident. You kill me for Hulk advice. You did great. What did you do greater? For the health, it's fine. I've never played Hulk before. I played Hulk like twice before. Oh, God, wrong thing. You can give me the advice. Will I listen to it? Maybe. Maybe not, but give it. How did I miss? Rah! Okay. Oh. I said that on jump the entire time. Like always be holding down jump. Oh geez, Louise, you can stick to the walls. What am I freaking? Hook. Like this? Huh. Huh. Got it. It says you can change the Hulk jump by holding spacebar to 2 simple presses. Wait, really? That's pretty good, actually.
Before you attack, get ready. Luna Snow, the one and only, I think. You were my Obajan's favorite singer.
That's fine.
Wow, did not expect that.
Hold for incredible leap.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the missionary.
What, am I crazy?
Doom is brilliant, so
Oh.
am I. We can outthink him.
Okay, I just do this instead. Okay. It's actually super good. I just have to do this every time I press it. Hello. Oh, lucky. Woo. Ah. Okay, we're back in. We're back in. Ah! Ah! I'm hiding. Oh, thank you.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Rock! Bad idea. Ah! Was headshot very powerful?
Here we go again.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
We got this, guys. Wait. Oh. Ah! Yo, where's my healing? Where's my healing? Where's my healing at, bro? Ah! 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 Got it. Got it. Huh. Woo! That was close. Huh.
Pulse charge.
Us against the world.
Oh no! Okay.
Control lost.
Nah.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
All good.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Because that wasn't ranked at all anyway. All good in the hood. Ooh, this is a cool skin. This is also a cool skin. This one's kind of basic. Like the battle pass is called Darkhold, and this is the Scarlet Witch skin. It's kind of basic, no? I thought it'd be better. Short King Wolverine, cool. I'm gonna call it here, chat. Maybe we'll play more game tomorrow. More gaming tomorrow. Thank you all for watching.
I have something in my eye. In conclusion, oh, I didn't cover the dream drama. It's fine. Watch my YouTube video. That is it, and that is all. That's all I want to say. And show your parents my YouTube video. And I don't know. Tell your siblings about my YouTube video. And yeah. Any final thoughts? I did a video yet, but as soon as she lost, did not say the word Brad enough times. You were correct. How did you get me? I've been found out. I've been found out. All right. Oh, and I just started running. That's fine. That'll be all right. All right, chat. I am out. I am gone. Adios. You're gonna have to see it until the ads are done, but you'll be right. You'll be all right. YouTube chat, you're chill. You can go now. You can leave, but like Twitch chat, you gotta stay. Oh wait, I probably not. No copyright. Until I end YouTube. Until I end YouTube's chat.